airplanes that you're all seeing throughout this air show, they would not be here in front of you today if it wasn't for the incredible engineering team that we have on BBMF.
What do you do for parts that you having to look around for old aircraft to pick up, or in some cases, do they have the skill to actually replicate parts?
Yeah, it's a great question. Again, one that I get asked all the time is where do we get on there? And it's probably one of the areas that keeps me up at night the most. And where do we get on there? There are many ways which we procure the parts that we need. And as you said, some of those parts are components that were built during the Second World War that were never used, which we call old new stock. But of course, the problem with that is it's a finite amount of spares, and it's an amount of components that is only decreasing. So we are absolutely in the business of redesigning and reproducing parts for our aircraft. And most recently we fitted a brand new tailplane to the Lancaster.
How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? It's another year. Another good year of the Ted Coningsby channel. Here we go.
And this year she's wearing brand new wheels, which are solid cast. Again, it's taken about 10 years for us to go through the full design and the material change that's required to actually produce these wheels. And yeah, we got them just before time, as we were almost at a point of running out of the old wheels, which are actually Shackleton wheels, where we'd run out of the stockpiles that we had. So our event horizon when it comes to new parts on BBMF can be up to a decade. So very much the engineering management here, the project team that support us, it's very much a focus on
welcome, ladies, gents, and teddy bears,
and how do we
to the official
with, knowing that the lead times
Royal Air Force
sometimes
Cosford Air Show 2025.
Start the work and do the material change because we can't get the alloys that they used 80 years ago. So technically, it's very, very complex. The wheels that I've just spoken about, the technical risk to that project was absolutely huge. They are solid cast wheels, and it was the largest casting done in Europe for 50 years, to give you an idea of the scale of what we actually achieved. So to answer your question, getting spares, there's a lot of work that goes on around whether procuring old parts or whether it's actually designing and producing parts from new. But it's a really interesting engineering challenge that we face, and the engineering merits that it demands is very, very high.
And we often see the memorial flight
Love it. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're all good and buzzing. So in about an hour's time we'll be seeing our first displays.
Over London in one of those fly casts.
There's an immense sense of pride. We're representing the Royal Air Force at its best, and also, as I said previously, commemorating what great achievements and sacrifices from the past. To be honest, we routinely operate these state occasions. You don't necessarily at the time get time to appreciate looking out the window down at the landmarks, for example, because you are focused on the task at hand. But it's more retrospective, certainly when you've landed afterwards and you watch the footage back.
How we doing?
You really do get that enormous sense of pride and privilege. And we're extremely lucky in what we do, but it's certainly not lost to us. And no two flight pasts are ever the same, whether that be the construct or actually one of the more challenging aspects we have is not having any control over the weather, of course.
And I don't want to put you on the spot, although I'm going to. Mark, you're currently the officer commanding. Paul is taking over from you next year. What's your advice to him?
What's my advice? My biggest bit of advice is enjoy it. It's a very consuming job. There are a lot of aspects to it, and it's busy year round. It is a real privilege, and it is the honour of my career to be able to say that I've commanded the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And as I said, my advice is, despite how busy it can get, is don't forget to enjoy it. Enjoy the moment, because it does go by in a heartbeat.
Well, as you've already said, you've got a very busy summer. We're talking to you at the beginning of June, but you've got a very busy summer ahead of you.
Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome. Is this going to be our best ever air show?
Thank you very much indeed, and I hope everybody enjoys what will be a wonderful spectacle that is the Cosford Air Show. We look forward to seeing you.
Thanks for joining the official live stream of the Ted Coningsby channel here at the Royal Air Force Cosford Air Show 2025.
Here's what's coming up as we count down to the Cosford Air Display 2025.
I grew up 8 miles away from Cosford. I lived there most of my childhood
totally understand why they did this. It's such an immersive, impressive experience.
Yep, I'll hang on. What, the lady there? Yeah.
Well, as we continue to count down to the air display beginning at around 11:30 this morning, just a reminder to help make this a safe and successful RAF Cosford Air Show. We really would appreciate it if you didn't attempt to fly any of your own model aircraft or drones.
Nice. Sorry, Ted's just getting a portrait shot there. Hope we're all good. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the Royal Air Force's Air Show.
If anyone is seen flying any of these devices, the air display, of course, would be stopped
love the shirt.
immediately.
Love
it would be a problem at any time during the show. So please do not fly any drones. Now, having said that, you will see a drone. It is an RAF drone, and you'll only see it once. It'll fly along the flight line, taking pictures of the site and of you. But we will let you know when that's happening. So that is an official RAF drone operated by the RAF that will fly along the flight line just before the air display gets underway. But that is the only drone we hope to see this afternoon, so please help us with that. Well, at around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we'll be joined by the fantastic Red Arrows, flying in from Liverpool, where they were based overnight. It's only their second weekend of the summer season, having spent months training both at their home base at RAF Waddington in Lincolnshire and overseas in Croatia and Greece. The officer commanding the Reds is Wing Commander Adam Collins. He told me about the overseas element of their training, known as Exercise Springhawk.
We have 5 different training sites, if you like, all within easy reach of the airfield we're based at. And that means we can practice over an airfield, we can practice over the water, we see different environmental conditions, different challenges. And that means when we get back to the UK and we're displaying in a variety of different places around the country, then we're not seeing things for the first time in front of the public. We've experienced them in training. And likewise, with the temperature starting to heat up out here, so that means it takes its toll on the performance of the aircraft. The engines aren't quite as powerful, the air's not quite as efficient over the wing, but also it's good training for the pilots as well, so everybody's getting hot. It's a little bit more fatiguing, which is good training as well when we get the display season in front of the public and for any overseas.
And what a year we've got as well, ladies, sheds and teddy bears.
A little bit. How do you get around that high temperature?
I'll let you listen to the PA there. Some interesting things going on there.
The human body and how the temperature affects that, not just for the pilots, but for the engineers and especially the dive team as well, as they're refilling the aircraft. So it's good training and acclimatization for all of us on that fact. But in terms of the aircraft, the looping maneuvers we do, the team leader will need a little bit more power to keep the same speed over the top of the loop. The increasing temperatures does provide a challenge, especially in those bigger maneuvers, and especially for the aircraft further away from the team leader and further back in the formation, that will need a little bit more power anyway, and we start to become a little bit power limited. So training in these conditions stands us in good stead for any uncharacteristically hot summer days in the summer in the UK, or if we're doing any overseas displays towards the open seas.
I mean, the Red Arrows is a team made up of pilots who are excellent at what they do. They wouldn't get into the Red Arrows if they weren't excellent at what they do. I'm thinking of those 2 new pilots who join you. It is a completely different world, isn't it?
It's a completely different world, and a pilot who might be top of their game on the front line, flying Typhoon or F-35 in the case of one of our new pilots, they're coming to learn a completely new skill in a very, very basic aeroplane. So one of our pilots came off the front line from the F-35, flying the latest and greatest frontline aircraft with as many computerized systems as you can shake a stick at, straight back to a 1980s aeroplane. No glass cockpit, no autopilot, no head-up display, no moving map, really back to basics. And the way we fly close formation on Red Arrows is different from the front line as well. So on the front line, there's nothing tactical about close formation. It's used as a tool to get through weather, to come in and out of an airfield as one speaking unit, if you like. But it's all just done by eye and reacting to what the formation leader does. Because our formations are so big in the Red Arrows and so wide, if the pilots just waited for Red 1's aircraft to move, there's no way we could keep those shapes nice and straight, because the aircraft furthest away from the team leader have so much more distance to travel through. We have to do it by the voice of commands and anticipating the movements of the aircraft, which is a whole new skill set to learn, even for a very experienced frontline fighter pilot.
At the end of Springhawk, you have to pass an exam, don't you?
Effectively, yes. Our PDA, our Public Display Authority, is working 2-star. Air Officer Command number 1 group comes out and spends a few days with us. They look at the different display sequences, they look at morale on travel team, engineering, safety practices, the whole lot. But it's not just a snapshot of those few days. So we're being looked at and assessed all the way through winter training. So right from those first sorties with the brand new pilots in October, all the way through to PDA, there's a test, if you like, going on the whole time. There's constantly people looking at how the training's going, whether we're on track, what the display's looking like. Although it is a sort of test, if you like, an exam, we should know in advance of that whether we're likely to pass that, and if we're not likely to, then we would make the decision to delay the PDA assessment until we're ready.
This year, Adam, the public will have seen you carry out 2 flypasts before the start of the season. Tell me about those 2 flypasts, because both of them spectacular in different ways.
Absolutely. It's always an honour to fly over significant events on the ground, and already pre-public display authority, so before even in red suits, we've conducted 2 extremely high-profile flypasts, which isn't unusual for us to do 1, but to do 2 before PDA is quite unusual, and both of those have taken place during our spring training. So the first one was His Majesty the King's state visit to Italy. So we were training in Croatia at the time, which actually was only a 40-minute hop to fly from the airfield we use in Croatia across to a military airfield near Rome to then do a quick practice with some of our jets with the Italian display team in a spectacular side-by-side line abreast flyover of the Coronale, us smoking red, white and blue, the Italian team smoking red, white and green. I was on the ground for that one, fairly near His Majesty, watching it all unfold, speaking to Red One on the radio, and it was a spectacular event. And then the second one, of course, we took the aircraft back to the UK to take part in the B-Day flypast over London. Again, a spectacular event. A little bit different for us this time in that we had 4 Typhoons tucked in formation with us, receiving really great feedback from the crowd, and in fact great feedback from the King himself by the senior officers that were present at the time.
Just briefly, tell me about the logistics of teaming up with those Typhoons.
So teaming up the Typhoons is actually relatively straightforward because everybody has formation flying skills, as I mentioned earlier. It was just very careful briefing and planning with the Typhoons. We did a mixed formation with the last year's Typhoon display pilot for D-Day celebrations, so the procedures we used in effect were already established, and that pilot was actually in the formation, so he could pass on that knowledge to the formation leader of the Typhoons. So the hardest bit was actually coordinating the join up along with all the other aircraft, and then one of our jets was just sitting high for a while to make sure everything looked in position before then popping back down, joining in his normal position, and then flying through. But the Typhoon pilots did an excellent job on the flypast. They were on the money for the formation referencing, and the trick with flying with us is sitting below the smoke, otherwise the public aren't going to see the Typhoons and they're going to be in our jet wash. So they sat exactly the right depth on us with the smoke trailing over the top of their aircraft, and that led to some pretty spectacular pictures. The one that was actually more complex was in Rome, because it's not very often that we fly alongside another formation. Both of our formations are very wide. It's very difficult for the team leader to assess closure left and right, so setting that exactly parallel track and trying to get as close to alongside as possible is very, very tricky and not something that we do routinely. So that required a practice the day before, but actually when it came to the day, it looked spectacular.
And of course we are lucky that we get to see those in-cockpit shots when you're flying past over London, for example. Next week you'll be carrying out the King's birthday flypast. It sounds a slightly odd question, but what is it like flying over London?
Although I don't do it regularly, I have done it twice with the team and then once over Wembley as well. And it is a very bizarre experience. The build-up, the briefing and so on, you have it in your mind that you're about to fly over a very significant event, so there is that pressure in your mind. But when you're flying in formation, the smoke comes on, you're just reverting to the skills that you've learned. The difficulty with London is there's a lot of thermals and turbulent air coming off the building.
Yes, I'm just
it gets quite bumpy.
Just keeping it down a little bit because of the PA, but there's some really interesting things to listen out for.
As soon as you start trying to find the bumps, that's when it starts to look unstable and people will notice it. So it can be quite bumpy, and you often see that in the in-cockpit footage that the aircraft is bouncing around a little bit, but we just have to try and ignore that, try and ride the bumps all at the same time and keep it looking nice and smooth. It's really only after the event, when the smoke's gone off, that it dawns on you how many people have just seen what you've done, and you've got that feeling in the back of your mind, oh, I hope I I put the right colour smoke on, which is easier to mess up than you might imagine. It's just a simple button press, but when you've got millions of people watching you, the pressure is there.
Let's just talk quickly about the display, from flypasts to the display. Are you adding anything new this season?
So there are some new things. We've clearly kept in some things that the crowds enjoy. So Tornado is still there, the 4-5 split to kick off the second half that we did for the first time in about 20 years. Last season is back again. But for the full show this year, there's a different ending. So traditionally, the ending of the show is only 7 aircraft because the synchro pair have already done their last manoeuvre. Whereas for the full show only this year, so it can't happen in a rolling or a flat show, we have all 9 aircraft involved in the final manoeuvre. So that's something a little bit different to look forward to. And there's some variations in there that we won't have seen before. There's some shapes back that haven't been in for a while, and some subtle changes on the existing ones. So we pride ourselves on changing the display every single year. It's not something that many teams do, and especially in North America, which is why the real variety comes to the audiences out there. But with new pilots and a new display each year, that's why our training takes as long as it does. But we're really looking forward to showing the display for 2025, and hopefully all of the spectators and the fans of Cosford will enjoy it as much as we do.
A big part of your work is representing the government overseas, and last year you went to Canada for a tour which you called Maple Hawk. This year, a full schedule over here in the UK, a really packed schedule. That's looking really exciting.
There's lots of the normal shows that we go to. As you said, we're not doing a big overseas tour this year, but we will be dipping in and out of Europe, displaying at a variety of shows. But the decision on where we display is weighed up very carefully at quite a high level. So people often think that we ourselves decide which shows we go to, and we often get criticised for not displaying in certain parts of the country. But actually, if there isn't an air show there, then we can't display at it. But there are several shows overseas that will be a lower priority than ones in the UK, and then certain overseas shows, depending on what's going on in the world and what we're representing and so on, will take the priority. So that balance is thought about very carefully by quite a senior level, and that's what we're directed to do. So this year, as you mentioned, the bumper show in the UK, lots of the main events being supported, and then quick dips into Europe to focus on various areas that the government would like us to represent the UK at.
RAF Cosford, a really important show for the Red Arrows.
It is. It's always great to display at Cosford.
Oh, can't wait for the Red Arrows.
Shows now where we display at RAF Airfield, so being able to come to Cosford, display for the public. It's not the easiest site for us because of the sort of proximity of some of the built-up areas, so we make a few small modifications to the show just to ensure the safety of both the people on the ground and our team, but always a popular one to display at. Always great feedback from the crowd, and awesome to be at an RAF station showing our display.
And that is the officer commanding the Red Arrows, Wing Commander Adam Collins. We can look forward to seeing the Red Arrows here at Cosford just after 3 o'clock this afternoon. Don't forget to pick up your colour souvenir brochure from our programme stands here at Cosford Air Display. 18-page brochure, some fantastic articles, including a big special article on the day. As I say, 80 pages, fantastic photographs, well worth picking up your souvenir brochure. So please look out for those programme stands. And we would like to thank our main sponsors today, Lockheed Martin, and all our supporters, BAE Systems, RTX, Leonardo, Rolls-Royce, Canon, University of Wolverhampton, Babcock, Shepherd Neame, Stratstone Jaguar, Wenlock Water, Ford, Adventure 001, and the Boardroom Gaming Cafe, and so many people who are helping support the air show, the RAF's only air show. So
wonderful.
Very grateful to all our sponsors.
Thank you to the
Joining
sponsors.
us from RAF Odium in North Hampshire today is the distinctive sound and shape of
the blade
Chinook
slap. The Chinook
helicopter.
will be our last display today at the air show with the roll demo. And
a few days ago,
I can tell
went
you
along
that
to
it
meet the
is
team and spoke to
very
Crewman
aggressively
Sergeant
good.
Josh Lyons and the
So
team
for those
manager,
worried about
Bob
the
Warcliffe.
roll demo, don't worry. And I did some research on the roll demo. They do need a form of PDA. I discovered that there are different levels of PDA that you can do, and a roll demo does require a PDA.
For the British forces, we can carry loads of troops, up to sort of 30-odd troops. We could carry up to 7.5 tons underneath using the 3 hooks. So it's quite an impressive piece. It's a good force multiplier for the services as a whole.
Josh, tell us about the roll demo. What are we going to see?
So we've tried to mix it up a little bit this year to try and show the capabilities in a very small window. We're only limited to time by each air show. So we're trying to show a lot of the capabilities in a very small period of time. So without giving too much away, it will be slightly different from last year with a few homages to what people know, for example, the big orange hands, but you will see some slightly different techniques this year. This year, again, we're supported by Joint Helicopter Support Squadron RAF Benton, so you'll see a internal load driven out the back, and then it's a capability demonstrator for them where you rapidly see that re-rig to be coming under some load, which is what they need later on in demonstration.
Bob, this is something that everybody's not really used to, is it? Getting out in front of the public and meeting the public. What's the buzz around the place?
Yeah, everybody's really sort of enthusiastic to get out there and engage with the public. Yes, it's not a role we do very often, but it is important to put across what we do. Value for money for
Today's role demo
just explain
will be performed by number 7 Squadron, so expect some special manoeuvres.
We can kind of explain what we're trying to do.
7 Squadron.
And Josh, for you, again,
You know how it is.
you're not used to actually being watched by 50-odd thousand people and obviously mingling and meeting the public.
Yeah, really to do where people know they can talk to you, just have a chat. At the end of the day, we're all just regular people. We just do a very different job. But I think it's important that those that are interested in career in the forces or those that are interested in aviation can just come over and chat with us, because like I say, we're just regular down front people.
And Bob, do you have memories of going to air displays before you joined the forces?
Yes, I mean, I grew up here in Hampshire, so I'm quite used to the air display circuits, both Farnborough, Odeon, RAF, all of those little shows. There was a lot more back in the sort of 80s and 90s. Yeah, I certainly remember, and it's one of the reasons that I joined the Air Force was seeing what was going on over there.
And it was number 7 Squadron, based at RAF Leeming, to be the very first squadron to operate the first ever RAF's 4-engine bomber, which was, of course, the short Stirling bomber.
So it'll be a nice full circle moment to go back there.
That was in August 1940.
We've obviously seen the red arrows, you see them every year. It's always really interesting, but I remember things like you'd see aircraft that you never even knew existed from all different countries from all around the world displaying their aircraft. So I think that's always a really good thing to see, all the different variations of nationalities and air forces that turn up.
Did it inspire you to join?
I would say so, definitely, yes. I mean, my dad was ex-army, and his words were, "You're going to join the military," join the RAF. So I was sort of led down that route by him. So
A lot of military careers are led down from family roots.
Particular role on the helicopter?
So I'm the number 2 crewman on the aircraft, so you'll see me in the forward right-hand door. So you have 2 crewmen, the number 1 crewman who's in the ramp, and the number 2 crewman who's in the door. So you'll see me, not with the big orange hands, but you'll see me waiting out the door this year. So my role is to position the aircraft and callous the captain into, for example, when we collect some load, I'll be moving the aircraft around and giving all the clearances so they know exactly where to be at the right point, and also pattern along the cloud line so he knows when he's heading ground centre.
I mean, it is an extraordinary job, isn't it?
It is very, I'm very fortunate to be in this position. It's something that, it's very easy to get sucked into a bubble of it being normality, but I think something like this breaks you out of that bubble when you realise that we are in a very privileged position.
And Bob, we heard the red hands there. Tell us about that, for anybody who doesn't know.
Over the years, it's become a bit of a signature piece for the role demo and for the display with Chinook. So at the end of the display, we'll turn the aircraft to the back end where the ramp is, the big hole at the back end, and then traverse along the crowd line. And Dave, who will be the number 1 crewman, has a massive set of orange hands that even 5 rows back,
The orange hands, don't forget to wave.
To the crowd, or the kids get to join in and wave back. We certainly encourage everybody to engage in waving back for that.
Thanks for joining us, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the RAF's own air show.
The helicopter team, you'll see their roll demo this afternoon as part of our flying display, which gets underway at around 11:30. I keep saying around, that's my magic word, because of course this is a live situation. Sometimes aircraft aren't in the right place at the right time, or sometimes the weather might intervene, but we'll be beginning at around 11:30, and starting us off as always, he says looking to the skies and seeing some cloud, will be the RAF Falcons. They need a minimum height obviously to make their drop into
the
RAF
clouds clouds are setting down.
And we've been here for a few days. The weather will open up for us and be good to us. And it certainly has been very changeable here. We've had long periods of clear skies and then a few periods of showers. Let's hope we don't get too many of those this afternoon. Well, it's always good to welcome a display participant either making their debut or flying in the show after a long absence. And that's the case with our next article. It's the Dutch Air Force Spitfire from the Royal Netherlands Historic.
So we have a Royal Netherlands Air Force Spitfire.
And we're delighted to have it here today. The pilot goes by the call sign Deuce. He gave me a little bit of background to the Spitfire's history with the Dutch Air Force.
There were Dutch pilots flying Spitfires throughout the war. They were part of the Royal Air Force, initially in 167 Squadron. In 1943, the first Dutch Spitfire Squadron was founded within the Royal Air Force. We had Dutch pilots flying throughout the war, starting with Mark 5s up to Mark 9s, Mark 16s, Mark 24s. And the Dutch Air Force itself gained their Spitfires after the war, when we were rebuilding our Air Force. And as part of the support package provided by the Royal Air Force, we were provided the Spitfire Mark 9 after the war. And those were Spitfires that were used during the war by other RAF units. They got refurbished and then they were delivered to us. And we flew with Spitfires within the Dutch Air Force until 1953, and we even deployed them in combat operations in the New East Indies between 1947 and 1949.
So tell me about the particular Spitfire that we're going to see you fly at Cosford.
So today I'll be flying the K732, which is a Spitfire Mark 9, the low-flying version with the clipped wings. However, you will see the airplane with the original elliptical wings, because that's how most people recognize the Spitfire. But that was not how she was built in 1944 in Castle Bromwich. She was delivered initially to the 485 Squadron, which was a New Zealand squadron within the Royal Air Force. And she was just in time because she actually was part of D-Day. During the D-Day operation, she was flown by Flight Lieutenant Patterson. So he actually flew his airplane over the beaches of Normandy throughout D-Day. And then the day after D-Day, the airplane actually shut down in University 88, flown by a different pilot from that squadron. So when D-Day progressed, and eventually the fight continued in the northern part of France, the airplane was damaged and brought back to the UK. She was put into storage. And then after the war in 1947, she was delivered to the Dutch Air Force and used on two bases, Twente Air Force Base in the east and Soesburg. People might know that base because years later F-15s were stationed there, but it was also a Spitfire base in the late 40s, and it was used for fighter leading training. Basically, the Meteor was already there, the last Meteor at that time. The aircraft was used for that, and in 1953, she was one of the last Spitfires taken out of service when she was, I would say, maltreated. They parked her behind the hangar, and she was completely stripped of parts, and I think even the fire crews used it as a practice airplane. And finally, she was put back in the display as a gatekeeper on Eindhoven Air Base, in the southern part of our country. And somewhere in the 70s, I believe, she was stolen by Royal Air Force fighter pilots who brought her to a Royal Air Force base in Germany. I'm not sure what base that was. I think it was Wildenrod, but I'm not sure where she was put on display. And eventually, in the late 80s, early 90s, she was restored by a Dutch group of volunteers to flying condition. And she's been flying since 1993. That's the first time she flew after she crashed, basically. She was put out of service in 1993.
Now she is part of the Netherlands Air Force historic flight, so, which I imagine is very similar to the Battle of Britain memorial flight that the RAF operate. Do you have other aircraft in that flight?
That's correct. There's a lot of similarities. So we are also based on a Netherlands Air Force base, Hulsrijen. We have a bunch of Air Force personnel working for us, but mostly in their spare time. So the big difference with the BBMF is that 90% of the work is done by volunteers, a group of very dedicated volunteers. Some of the airplanes in our fleet are owned by the Air Force.
How you doing? All right.
Others are owned by the Foundation itself. And we have a fleet of a B-25 Mitchell bomber. We have 4 armored Mark IIs, ex-Royal Air Force. Then we have 4 Piper Cubs, of which 3 are in flying condition. That's an airplane we used for reconnaissance throughout the war and after the war. We also have a Ryan, which is a very specific airplane, a very rare airplane in the European theater. A Tiger Moth, a Beech-18, that's the support airplane that you see today during the air show, and a Stinson, if you're familiar with that. It's also in our fleet, and a Beaver, which was used for logistic flights in the air. So a total of almost 30 airplanes, of which I believe 13 are in flying condition right now.
Wow.
And others are being restored. So it's quite a big fleet, very mixed in composition.
Now your full-time job is a fast jet pilot, and I believe you're currently flying the F-35. I mean, it's a tremendous difference, isn't it? Monday to Friday, this amazing fast jet, and then the Spitfire on the weekends. I mean, how is it to get your head around that as a pilot?
It is, first of all, it's a privilege. I mean, when I was a young kid, I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to be a fighter pilot, to be specific, and I always had a love for wars and history, and I never thought that I would make it this far. I mean, I'm so incredibly privileged to have all those nice planes in my logbook. It's just been a tremendous good ride so far. For me, my day job on F-35.
Oh, another one! I reckon we could get a lot of oi-ois today if everyone was here to oi-oi it. Nice.
8 years ago, I became a volunteer in the Netherlands Air Force Heritage Flight, and I started out on the Piper Cub, just learning the fine skills and art of tilt direct flying. And I progressed to the Harvard, where I am also an instructor pilot. I've also flight an airplane in the backseat, which is, I can tell you, quite challenging. And finally, when the Air Force needed a new Spitfire display pilot, that job was published within the Air Force personnel network, and the requirements were to have extended tilt direct experience on heavy tilt directors, which I had at the time, and at least 1,000 hours on a fast jet fighter. And I turned out to be, well, together with another friend of mine, we were the only guys that actually were matching those requirements. I'm incredibly lucky to do this. From a pilot point of view, the F-35 and the Spitfire, I mean, from a technical point of view, they are worlds apart. From a philosophical point of view, these airplanes are very similar. The Spitfire was a quantum leaping technology at the time. In the 1930s, Royal Air Force fighters, like the Hawker Demon, you know, those typical biplane, radial engine, open cockpit, fixed gear, kind of the weaker guns. And the Spitfire then was a quantum leaping technology on multiple fronts. And the F-35 is kind of the same deal. Compared to an F-16, it looks like a fighter with a pointy nose, but from a technical point of view, it's quantum leaping technology. That's why we call the F-35 the fifth-gen fighter. So it's funny that they're kind of the same, but technically they're completely apart. For me as a pilot, it's a completely different way of flying airplanes. And for instance, I've always grown up with accurate fuel systems. I've been flying for 30 years now, and I always knew how much fuel I had in my airplane, because accurate fuel indicators were developed after the war. But at the time when the Spitfire flew, fuel indicators were very inaccurate, almost unreliable. So these guys in the 30s, they made their fuel plan based on time and fuel flows and expected fuel consumption rates. That's how they kept track of their fuel consumption. And when you start flying warbirds and Spitfires, that's extremely uncomfortable as a pilot. But when you learn to work with those techniques, it actually works. And I'm pretty accurate at guesstimating my fuel nowadays. So that's one of those funny details. In general, I spend about 80% of my break bites, managing the airplane, managing the engine. It's almost like a steam locomotive engineering. There's a lot of stuff you can do to damage the engine. So there's no computer like in an F-35 that runs the engine for you. You are the computer, so you actually have to manage propeller, boost.
Love it.
Are a throttle position, basically. You're constantly moving at the engine instruments to make sure that the engine.
Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel.
The same thing goes for
live here at RAF's
air brakes, so that
Air Show, the RAF Cosford Air Show 2025.
Air pressure indicator. So there's a lot of stuff going on. But even though it's a simple airplane technically, just to manage the airplane in a proper manner and make sure that I don't destroy this piece of history. So it's a very hands-on type of flying.
Do you remember your feelings, your emotions the first time you flew the Spitfire?
I absolutely do. As I said, Spitfire was a childhood dream, and I never thought I would become even close to the Spitfire. And then one sunny day in 2021, I actually got to fly the Spitfire. I actually went through a pretty long training syllabus, and at the end part of that syllabus, you go to Duxford, the Aircraft Restoration Corporation, which is stationed there, and they actually are contracted by our Air Force to do our training in 2 seats T9 Spitfires. So those are modified Mark 9 Spitfires. And after the first day of ground school, I remember the instructor pilots telling me and my buddy, because we both went to the training program together, they told us, you know what, tomorrow is your first flight in the front seat. We're going to take you up in the back seat for 15 minutes to take the wow factor off the first flight. And we were like, you know, we're both the pretty seasoned fighter pilots with thousands of hours on the F-16. We're probably not that easily impressed. But I remember the guy, I was sitting in the back, and he lines up, and he slowly shoves that throttle forward, and the Merlin came to life, and I felt the torque in the airframe. I heard the engine Merlin engine roar. I saw that big propeller turning. The first thing I thought was, wow, I totally understand why they did this. It's such an immersive, impressive experience. And immediately I had to think about those young kids, 22 years old, you know, with maybe 40 hours in Tiger Moss and harbors, not having the luxury of a two-seater, and maybe just a few hours of academics, and they were in the same position within the front seat, with a war going on as well. So tremendous respect for the heroes that actually flew this airplane in actual combat.
Well, you don't have a war when you fly the Spitfire now, but you do have, I imagine, a huge responsibility because, as you said, you're flying a museum piece, aren't you?
Absolutely. I mean, this Spitfire is such a iconic airplane because of all the stuff that she went through. She actually has an air kill. She was part of D-Day. I mean, she has a very impressive war record. And the other thing is, this Spitfire is mostly original. It's not a merely completely rebuilt airplane. It's a lot of parts, about 40% of the parts of the airframe and the cockpit are original. So she's very original. So that makes it even more of a special airplane. And I always feel that pressure on my shoulders. Obviously, I'm flying a machine piece. Her worth is not, we cannot express that in a number, in money or anything like that. So we are very careful in the way we manage the flights and the way we balance our risk, especially with this airplane.
You're going to be displaying at an RAF airbase as well, and I mean, that must mean something to you. I mean, the Spitfire is so iconic with the RAF.
It does. I mean, she's back at her home court, you know, she's back in the UK, so she must be delighted as well to fly out there. I remember a friend of mine, he's our chief pilot right now, he flew the Spitfire during one of the Normandy celebrations, I think 3 or 4 years ago. He actually flew the Spitfire to the beach in Normandy, and that was also a very special moment. So going back to the UK with the Spitfire is special, it always is. And flying, you know, in front of a crowd is always exhilarating because, you know, every time you fly this airplane, there's always hundreds of thousands of people looking at you. So you have to be very careful with what you do and you know, treat the airplane very responsible.
But with that in mind, what type of display will we see from you?
It will not be a high-G, high-speed, twitchy maneuver type of display. There's probably other airplanes in the show that can do that. A Spitfire, we typically want to display the airplane in a very graceful manner, limiting the G's and the wear and tear on the engine and the airframe. So I'll do my best in the profile that we apply to minimize the G-forces so we don't overstress the airframe, and we also want to minimize the strain on the engine. So you will not hear the engine could be full wartime power, but impressive enough to generate that classic Spitfire sound, and the maneuvers will be very graceful. So I'm aiming for 3.5 to 4 Gs throughout those maneuvers as a maximum. The display itself is pretty gentle. I'll do my runway, aiming for about 300 miles an hour, and I'll start with 2 half Q&As, which is pretty much the larger part of the loop. And as soon as my nose is committed down, I'll pull the airplane upright, continue for a opposite Q&A. After the Q&As, I'll perform a max performance 360-degree turn, as we call it. And then as soon as I roll out of that, I'll do a wing over again to reverse my direction of flight. And I'm followed by a thing we call a horseshoe, which pretty much is just turn away from the crowds. I'll maneuver all the way up to about 2,000 to 3,000 feet and let the nose drop the other direction towards the crowd, followed by fly another wing over to, again, reverse my direction of flight, and then you will see a final maneuver, which is the victory roll. So the whole display will take about 3.5 to 4 minutes with our mark time.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, and we're really looking forward to seeing you display. You've described it so well. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
That was Juice, the call sign for the
From the Dutch
Royal. Yeah, there you go.
call sign Juice. That's our description of the Dutch Spitfire display that you will see a little bit later on. And didn't he describe that display so well? And Juice during the week flies the F-35, and then at the weekends during
what a
the summer,
difference!
That
Spitfire to F-35, amazing.
Flying skills, amazing.
Yep, literally.
Now, something you really should search out on the ground if you're into STEM is the STEM hangar, where we hope to inspire you with all things science, technology, engineering and maths. And if you're looking for a career in this area, then this really, really is the place to go. We've been talking to Caitlin, who's a third-year degree apprentice in aerospace engineering, who works for BAE Systems at the same time. I asked her what her route to this course was.
So I did my A-levels at Rochelle College. Then I decided that uni wasn't for me. I was ready to enter the world of work, but I still wanted to get a degree. So I heard about degree apprenticeships through BAE Systems, and I knew that that was the right balance for me.
And were you already interested in STEM subjects?
Yeah, I was. I've been interested in engineering from quite a young age. I grew up in Preston, which is local to the BAE, so I was aware of the company, and people would come into my high school for STEM events and talk about the work that BAE does, and I've always been very interested in aerospace and fast jets in particular. So I knew that eventually I would end up working in this domain. And then whilst at college, BAE came in and presented about degree apprenticeship opportunities, and that was...
How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Just put in the comments what you want to see. What are you excited to see at the Cosford Air Show this year? Let us know in the comments. Is it the Chinook blade slap? Is it the F-16 from the Polish Air Force? Is it the BBMF or the Red Arrows? Or is it Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer? Reheat one with the Typhoon. Let us know.
Incredible opportunities. The uni work is much harder than I thought it would be. It turns out an aerospace engineering degree is not easy. But then when I get to go to work and I'm part of some really exciting projects, and I get to work with some very clever people who are actively applying the theory that I learned at university, it just adds another layer of context and helps me to deepen my knowledge.
You said you were interested in fast jets. What are you hoping to use your degree with once you get there, or your apprenticeship once you're fully qualified?
So my goal is to continue working in the team that I'm currently on placement with, which is in flight simulation. We model a number of our different products. We get to work with frontline squadrons to help deliver training, and also we use the rigs for testing and evaluation too. And it's a really broad team. I get to work across a number of platforms, and I've decided that flight simulation is where I want to progress after I get my degree.
How long have you got on your course?
So the course in its entirety is 5 years. So I've just finished my final third-year exams this week. So I've got 2 more years at uni, and then I'll be done.
How useful, though, is that placement that you mentioned there, and that type of practical side to the degree course?
It's incredibly beneficial. I struggle to emphasise how useful I find it to be able to go into work and talk with my placement manager about some aerodynamics theory that we've been doing at uni that was quite complicated and quite hard to understand, and then he's able to apply it to some work that we're doing, and it just shows me that aerodynamic theory, I'm using it at work, and that just helps me to understand it because it adds the context and means that I can then go and apply that context to my uni assignments and exams.
Now, talking to you at the RAF Cosford Air Show, BAE is a major supporter of the air show. It must be exciting that you're going to be working for BAE, but of course you'll be working with the RAF.
It's incredibly exciting. I've been fortunate to attend quite a few air shows with the company, and I also get to work with the RAF Frontline Squadrons too on the simulation rigs, and those are always very busy but very fun weeks.
And of course, it's such an exciting time in aerospace technology. It's moving so fast, so you couldn't have possibly chosen a better time in some ways.
Absolutely. There's so many exciting projects on at the moment, and a lot of the work that I currently am involved with, I didn't even realise that BAE had those projects on before I joined the company.
There is a perception, and you may correct me, that it's a very male-dominated industry, aerospace engineering. What's been your experience?
I have found that I work with more men than women, but that isn't to say that it's completely male-dominated. I work with so many incredibly inspirational women, and it's great to see that there are a lot of women very high up at BAE Systems as well, and they regularly hold engagement events where we can go along and hear about their experiences, and that's really empowering to see that there's people like me in high up in engineering roles at BAE Systems. It's really important to see that I can eventually progress to that kind of level. And I think
Very
it's
good,
really
thank you.
important to have that at every level
I'll use your spot.
company, which I think is evident and is also increasing.
And Caitlin, what would you say to any young women or girls who are listening to you
Great
now
advice here.
Maybe,
And
considering
the
their
importance
career
of air shows to be
I would
able to
say
promote
that if you
all the
have
roles of the
any
Royal Air Force.
interest in an area of STEM, science, technology, engineering or maths, then have a look at degree apprenticeships at BAE Systems, because there will be something in the company that will be suited to what you're interested in, because the work that we conduct is so broad. There will be something that interests you.
Enjoy.
Thanks very much for talking to me.
Thank you very much.
Lovely. And that's like I said, the importance of air shows, ladies, gents and teddy bears.
Caitlin there talking about the start of her career in STEM, science, technology, engineering and maths. Do go along to the STEM hangar. Amongst those exhibiting are BAE Systems, Babcock, Leonardo, the University of Wolverhampton, and of course some of the RAF engineers training here at Cosford. So it's really something you should go along and have a look at. The STEM hangar, always very busy, always very popular, but always worth going along to. Well, in a moment I'm going to hand over to Ben and Andy, who are going to be taking you through the afternoon's flying programme. Just before I do that, as I see the car parks are now full, 50,000 of you here, thank you so much for supporting us today. Another sellout for the RAF Cosford Air Show. But one very important location I want to mention, it's in front of the air traffic control tower, just in front also of the commentary box where I'm speaking to you from now.
Big shout out to everyone at RAF Cosford.
The yellow and white striped marquee.
Yep.
It is the information marquee. There's a number of volunteers out front. They have maps, they have information to help you enjoy today's show. If the unfortunate happens and a member of your group, maybe a child, maybe another member of your group or family do get lost, then that is the rendezvous point that we suggest you use. So if you brief everybody in your group that is the place to go, if you get split up, then we can reunite you.
Lovely.
And there's also a large tank of water there, so if you've got your
Amazing,
water containers, your reusable water
Amazing to the organisers here as well to put this up. Fantastic stuff from all the RAF Cosford crew. Not long now for our first display, ladies, gents and teddy bears.
Commentary team, and introduce you to Andy and Ben, who are going to take you through the afternoon.
Let's do it. Andy and Ben, take it away.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Great thanks to Jonathan for the last 3-4 hours of absolutely first-class air show entertainment.
Nice.
Really nice glimpse behind the hangar doors. Some of the little corners you don't get into normally at an air show, but we are now getting very close to that time.
Come on.
We are just
Who's
under 30
buzzing?
minutes away from the first display item. So we'll continue with
Cannot
this wonderful
wait.
build-up as we head towards what
I'm sure is the highlight for most of you today, which is a great flying program we have planned for you. We have just come back from the pilot's brief, so in about 5 minutes we will take you through the flying program as it is right now. There have been a few changes, certainly since the souvenir program went to press, and a few even in the last 24 hours or so. Who knows, there may be some more yet, but we'll keep you up to date on those.
We also have an F-35B as well coming from RAF Barham.
My friend, colleague and co-commentator today, Ben Donnell. Ben, welcome.
Thank you very much, Andy, and a very warm welcome from me to all of you here at the 2025 RAF Cosford Air Show. And isn't it a pleasure to be back here once again at the RAF's only full public air show at this classic Royal Air Force station. Everyone here is part of a wonderful tradition. Yeah, tradition that is over 100 years old.
Beautiful.
Started just after the First World War by the father of the Royal Air Force, Lord Trenchard himself. The Great War was over. The war to end all wars. No need for an Air Force. Let's get rid of the Air Force. He said no. Part of that saying no was to make the public aware of what the Air Force does, what its role in the world is. So he did a number of things. He created the University Air Squadron. He certainly laid the basis for the Air Cadets, both of which are very important here at Cosford.
Absolutely.
But he also created this idea of an at-home day. It's changed its names a number of times over the years, but basically a kind of open day for an RAF station where you can just throw open the doors to let the public in.
And this is, as you say, absolutely in that tradition. And of course, perhaps the unique aspect of the RAF Cosford Air Show is, amongst other things, the ability to go and look at some of the aircraft the RAF's past.
You're right there, how
no
you doing?
longer, sadly, feature in the flying programs at this air show,
Right.
but which were very much part of so many of those great Royal Air Force displays
after the show.
from history
Yeah.
in the RAF Museum Midlands.
Come and see us after
It
the
was
last
wonderful a few
display.
days ago,
Thank
watching
you.
so many people backstage here, if you like, almost taking aircraft out for a walk
Yes.
as they came out of the various hangars, as they came out of the museum to be put on the showground for all of us to enjoy.
Yeah, and some unique spectacles have resulted from that, coupled with the fleet of preserved aircraft that aren't part of the museum on base here at Cosford, such as the Jaguars and the Tornadoes, that are always such a tremendous centrepiece of the RAF Cosford Air Show and give this place the feeling of an event of days gone by, but one also very much looking to the very present day and to the future.
Absolutely right. And talking about the present day and into the future, I think we should first start with the weather.
Yes.
See, this is England in the summer, so it's cloudy and windy. Weather's been interesting here the last few days. If you're in the local area, you know that. We had some tremendous downpours on both Friday and Saturday. And we might get some of that this
Joyce is
afternoon.
here.
We've got our fingers crossed, but there is a chance that some heavy rain is going to build up. That could even be thundering. On the brighter side, hopefully the brighter side, if you look up now, that cloud base you can see is about 2,000 to 3,000 feet. Cloud base is one of those very important aspects for display flying because we need to see the aircraft, we need to see the parachutes. No point then displaying them up the cloud. But that does create a number of limits. Every display has what we call weather minimum. It's basically make a display if the cloud is above a certain height. Certainly for the jet displays, they have a little bit more flexibility and actually work up a number of routines. They have what we call a fourth show, which is used when it's bright blue, cloud base, 7,000, 8,000 feet or higher. Then have another show, which is generally called the rolling show, which needs a cloud base of about 3,000 feet, sometimes a bit higher. And then if things are very cloudy indeed, we have the flat show, which can come down to around about 2,000 feet, even slightly lower. So the good news here is with 2,000 to 3,000 feet, as long as we stay out of the rain showers, then we should be okay throughout the afternoon. Wind is, as I'm sure you know, pretty brisk at the moment, coming almost directly out of the west, as it will do throughout the day.
averaging about 10 to 12 knots, but as I'm sure you know, there are some gusts in there, and those gusts are up to size 25 knots, which in aviation terms is getting quite
so
significant.
proud to see our cadets here as well, lovely. And of course, RAF Cosford is a functioning RAF base for engineers as well.
We will not interfere too much in what we have planned for you this afternoon. We might just need a little bit of luck in there. If we do catch a shower, the visibility will drop and the cloud base will drop, and we'll almost certainly have to reduce or maybe even stop flying for a while. Well, I can't see the windsock on the airfield from here. Oh, yes, I can see it. Yeah, it's doing a bit of a different thing to some of the flags near our commentary position. It's not entirely down the runway, is it, by the look of that? So we'll obviously have to watch out for that, because a crosswind component could provide some issues for a couple of the aircraft operating from here. But we've also got a lot of display aircraft operating from other airfields than Cosford. Indeed, in aviation,
Ted and I have got some major photo shoots after the Chinook display, or the last display today, with various cadet squadrons, because that's what we do. We promote the Royal Air Force, all roles from the very, very beginning, all the way from the cadets.
The runway we'll be using today is what we call 2-4, which is basically the runway from left to right.
Oh yeah.
And throughout the day, that is what we're expecting aircraft to take off from left to right, and if they're coming back to the airfield here, to also land left to right. Of course, we don't have the biggest runway in the Royal Air Force here.
No.
Down to a
very, very short runway.
1,000 metres, 3,000 and a few hundred feet. That's about a third of what you'd get at a fast jet station, and about a quarter of what you get at Heathrow. And for that reason, the fast jets in the programme, all operating from elsewhere. Also, apart from Red Arrow, the other big international team that we've got on the programme, flying from elsewhere as well. There's a good array of rotorcraft, some of the smaller trainers and aerobatic types, and vintage machinery arrayed on the grass, and they will be flying from here, fingers crossed, over the next few hours, which we are seamlessly about to run through for you. So hopefully you have purchased your souvenir programme. If you turn to, I think it's page 4, inside, we do have the flying display programme as it was about a week ago. Ed and I are going to take you almost minute by minute what we now have planned. This is the hottest and most up-to-date flying programme
The flying programme has changed, so here's the latest.
Our job to keep you informed as we go on. So we will be starting.
Let me just get a bit of this off.
10 minutes, probably 10 minutes time we'll start warming up.
Sorry about this. Got a little bit of rain on it.
The first of the Royal Air Force display teams we have this afternoon. That is the parachute display team, the Falcons.
Sorry about that. I had a bit of rain just then. Really
Top of the hour, midday. Something I'm sure we are all very much looking forward to, and we missed them very much last year for totally understandable reasons. As we get towards midday, we have the first of 2 appearances, 2 displays by the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight.
And of course, don't forget, before the first ever display starts, don't forget to grab yourself some snacks. Ted's got his sushi. You right there, Ted? Yeah.
From fighter aviation engineering, and that's followed by one of the changes to the programme, because we're going to be having a solo display from the Cessna Bird Dog, Korean and Vietnam War era.
Oh, nice, a Bird Dog.
Control aircraft.
Never actually heard of one of them.
By Aviation, and a late add-on to the programme. Once we run through this schedule, we will go through those items that for one reason or another we're not seeing today. So after the Bird Dog, it's the first of the solo Royal Air Force items for the day in the shape of the RAF Tutor, and that runs us through until about 1. And indeed, we are staying with the Royal Air Force around about 1 o'clock. As we just come off the hour, we're going to turn up the volume, turn up the speed for the Royal Air Force Typhoon.
Yeah.
With its very special opening manoeuvre. Hopefully you've been listening to the broadcast this morning. You've already had a little, what we call a tease about the start of that display. Very special indeed. And then as we get to round about 20 past 1, again we're going to go back to the Second World War. Of course, we're very much thinking about VE Day and VJ Day, and we're delighted to welcome
Mustang, I'm looking at the wrong one, P-51D Mustang.
Nice.
And as we head towards the half past the hour, again going back, not quite as far as the Second World War, there's a beautiful pairs displayed by two Chipmunks, which together make up the vintage pair. And as we head up towards 2 o'clock, we're back to the Royal Air Force, we're back to the noise for a short but very special demonstration from the F-35 Lightning II.
Oh yeah.
Then it goes international for the next segment of the programme. We'll be seeing a single flypast from an Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport, not one of the RAF's Voyagers, but in this case from NATO's multi-role tanker transport capability, which brings together several of the NATO countries coming out of the Netherlands, though, that aeroplane. And we stick with matters Dutch after that, because we are absolutely thrilled to have
Cannot wait. Get ready, everyone.
30 years, the D-Day veteran Spitfire 9 of the Royal Netherlands Air Force historic flight. And we'll also, for those of you interested,
how you doing?
be seeing its support aircraft.
Get ready, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Not long now, just under, what, around 15 minutes or so.
Fire a stop at Weston, in fact, in the form of their Beach 18. But the Dutch Spitfire on around about 2:15. Then it's the Polish Air Force with their Tiger demo team of the F-16C fighting Falcon, the Jastrab, as they call it, the Hawk. First time we've had a Polish F-16 display at Cosford, and the first time we've had the Polish Air Force in the flying since 2018. And then another very welcome international guest, an outstanding aerobatic pilot Melanie Aspels with her extra EA330. And concluding that hour between 2 and 3 o'clock, we've got the Harvard from Hurricane Heritage, another classic Royal Air Force trainer of the past.
Yeah, go on.
So that's taken us through to 3 o'clock. We'll just take a few minutes there just to draw breath, because at 10 past 3 we have the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. Red Arrows this afternoon at 10 past 3. Once they have departed, we're delighted to welcome back the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, this time with 2 fighters. And then as we head on up towards 4 o'clock, a pair of classic jets, the Strikemaster pair.
Nice, Strikemaster.
And we ought to perhaps add there, Andy, that will be accompanied by pyrotechnics, for a reason we'll come on to shortly.
Nice.
So do be aware there will be some extremely loud bangs, including
that sounds good to me.
Finale, so that's Strikemaster
What we got?
Then after that, it's the second of our national display teams of the day. The Swiss Air Force back with us for the first time in a few years with their excellent PC-7 team with 9 Pilatus PC-7 turbo trainer, single turboprop trainers, a display I think ideally suited to this sort of venue. And then it's the Navy with an old and new flypast sequence to start with the Navy Wings Heritage Flight Ferry Swordfish, that outstanding biplane torpedo bomber of the Second World War, and it'll be joined by the 2 right up to date Wildcat HMA-2 naval helicopters from the Royal Navy's helicopter display team, the Black Cats. And once the Swordfish has done its solo display and cleared, the Black Cats will be straight on afterwards. And then closing the show today, we have the Royal Air Force Chinook roll demo with that great twin rotor transport helicopter, and it takes us through until the conclusion of flying, which will be at 25 past 5 this evening.
Nice one.
So that's what we have planned for you. It may yet suffer from the weather. We all have our fingers crossed that that's not going to happen. As I mentioned, we will keep you up to date as best we can. But I guess then we do have to just look back at some of the things we were looking forward to welcoming here to Cosford 2025, but for various reasons are unable to be here. And I guess we should start with the Vampire. I think the Vampire was the first aircraft that we lost maybe about a week ago, just after the weekend. That classic early jet, sadly not with us today.
Yeah, that's due to technical issues, and that's listed on your souvenir programme, so that not appearing.
That's awesome.
The French Air and Space Force Rafale solo display, which we really hoped to be able to bring you this year, unfortunately that for a combination
long-serving Ted Coningsby fan, who's got every single patch, I believe, from the rarest to the barest.
You'll also see listed in your souvenir
our very own Daniel Walker from the Spanner flight as well.
we don't think that was ever scheduled for this show, so that's a bit of a typo, I'm afraid, in the programme. So that, if you see that on the programme, you're expecting to see the French Air Force extra. As a result of that, it's not on the schedule. We do have an excellent French extra display from the civilian pilot Melanie Astle, as we said, but not the Air Force version this year. And then in the past 24 hours, and the 2 other withdrawals. Yeah, so very sad about this, but we were looking forward to seeing a 3-ship helicopter demonstration from the Army Air Corps, 2 Apaches and a Wildcat. They put together a very special firepower demonstration, roll demonstration for us, and then late on Friday we got a message, and this has gone worldwide from the manufacturer, so across the entire Apache fleet, that a potential issue has been identified with the airframe, and until that is thoroughly investigated and fixed, the Apaches worldwide...
So ladies, gents and teddy bears, this happens at air shows with many reasons and factors, from weather to technical issues, but we have to just make do and enjoy the day, enjoy the air show, whatever comes at us, just sit back, relax and enjoy it.
Everybody's very sad, very gutted. Everyone's here, the whole team are here, as are many of the French support team for Rafale. They came over supporting, they've been up near Chester for a few days. Everyone's trying very hard, but sometimes the aviation gods are just against us. And sometimes the weather gods are just against us.
Yeah, exactly, the weather gods.
The display team of First World War replica aircraft, which we'd intended to have as part
and the
of
weather, the cloud
today,
right now is not looking great.
Has dropped out. The aircraft were due to be flying from here, but it hasn't been possible for them to make their transit to their operating base. So again, sorry about that, but it was perhaps to be expected with the strength of the wind. They are, of course, First World War aircraft, replicas of First World War aircraft, lots of wings, lots of braces, lots of open cockpits. They're not exactly weatherproof. They do have very tight weather constraints, and the forecast and the weather this weekend has just defeated them sadly. And so that's why those items, which are, in fact, with the exception of the Great War display team listed in the flying programme on page 4 of your souvenir programme, are not appearing. So sorry about all of those, but very good reasons in each case. However, the F-35B appearance, which we'll be seeing later on today at just before 2 o'clock, that's been added in since the programme went to press, and as I mentioned earlier, the Cessna Bird Dog is a new addition to make up for some of those cancellations, and that's at around 12:30. So, still a really full 6 or so hours of flying here at the 2025 RAF Cosford Air Show.
Dornier 228, I think this is, of the RAF Falcons, just disappearing a little bit into the clouds, sadly, but we'll do our best to track it in a moment once it comes out of that cloud.
So just before we move on with the first display item, just a few kind of housekeeping and safety announcements. I'm sure you've heard these many times this morning, but safety is our first, our last, our every concern. So help us to help you. Please make sure you keep all your belongings with you at all times. That includes those with legs and those without legs. Very easy to get separated. As Jonathan mentioned, we do have an information tent. It's yellow and white stripe just in front of the air traffic control tower. That is the place to go to if you need any information, but especially if you become separated from anyone in your party. Please also make sure that you keep all your litter close at hand with strong wind. Let go of anything that will blow across the airfield. We'd like to keep RAF Cosford as neat and tidy as possible. It also has a safe place, as bits of litter can blow into important little places, especially important little places on aircraft that can cause a hazard and delays and all sorts of things. We do not want that, so please keep the litter with you at all times. If you have brought a drone with you, please don't put it back into the car and leave it there, please. We have
drone activity. And although it's quite cloudy, don't forget the suntan cream. I actually got sunburned yesterday in cloud. You know, it's like the UV levels are still quite high even through this cloud. So make sure you look after yourself, keep hydrated, keep the suntan cream going on, keep warm, and enjoy your time with us. So now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, without further ado, we are just about to start the flying program from Air
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Ted Coningsby channel.
Tell you all about it. Here is Corporal Samuel Riches. Good morning, Royal Air Force Station Cosford. I'm Corporal Samuel Richards, and I have the honour of being part of the world famous Royal Air Force parachute display team, the Falcons. As your commentator today, it is my job to talk you through our exhilarating display for the 2025. Hopefully getting your eyes and cameras pointed in the right direction so that you get to enjoy every single moment of it. Weather and air traffic control permitting, the Royal Air Force Falcons hope to provide a thrilling display for you today, demonstrating the skills and capabilities of Royal Air Force parachuting within limited space and sometimes at very short notice. The team strive to represent the very best of British, both at home and overseas, by displaying the traditional red, white and blue colours of the United Kingdom wherever we go. The Royal Air Force Falcons can conduct parachute displays from a minimum of 2,500 feet above the ground and up to a maximum of 12,000 feet. Today the weather conditions are presenting us with some challenges, and therefore we are hoping to perform a mid-show for you today, where the team will exit the aircraft from between 3,500 feet and 5,000 feet. If you do take any photos or videos of the display today, please do follow us and tag us in them at RAF Falcons on Instagram and Facebook. You may have noticed some members of the team are already out on the display area. This is the drop zone, or DZ team, who are setting up as we speak. Today they are led by Drop Zone Safety Officer and OC Falcons, Flight Lieutenant Alice Adam Kearns. Assisted by Survival Equipment Technicians Corporal Ed Dyson and Corporal Ryan Tripp. The DZ are responsible for preparing the landing area and conducting the wind speed and cloud base by tracking a red helium-filled balloon, which you may have seen. The information gathered from the flight of the balloon allows the DZ safety officer to calculate the direction in which the aircraft should approach and at which point the team should exit the aircraft. This is vital because although the canopies are very manoeuvrable, the team must be released at exactly the right point to enable them to free fall for a predetermined time and then land in the arena that you can see today. The green and orange crosses that you might be able to see on the drop zone are left and right indicators for the parachutists. This is a safety measure, allows half of the team to land near one cross and the other near the other half. The information which has been collated by the DZ team has already been passed to the team coach, who will be briefing the jumpers as to where and when they will exit the aircraft. Whilst the aircraft climbs to the required altitude, the team will be conducting safety checks on their parachutes and the rest of their own and each other's kits. Making sure all handles are visible, no straps are twisted and all pins are in place. They'll be preparing themselves psychologically for the display and the adrenaline will be flowing. The team comprises of 2 parachute jumping officers from the Royal Air Force personal training profession,
and 9 parachute jumping instructors, PJIs as we like to call them. From the Royal Air Force Physical Training Instructor Specialisation based here out of RAF Cosford. 2 parachute engineers from the Royal Air Force Survival Equipment Technician Specialisation, also based out here at RAF Cosford. And a full-time reserve warrant officer parachute jump instructor as the team's manager. The team is supplemented each season by volunteers from the defence community who give up their spare times to support in the public relation role. We do have our PR team here today. Do feel free to go down and see them after the display. You should be able to meet some of the parachutists as well once they've packed their parachutes and made their way down to the PR tent. We are located in the RAF village. We're a team based at RAF Bryce Norton. They form part of the Airborne Delivery Wing, or ADW, whose role is to deliver specialist parachuting support to the Defence Airborne Forces community.
They're just in the clouds at the minute. I can't actually have visual on them, so I'll just wait.
Display parachuting is an extremely skillful form of parachuting that has taken many hours of training to achieve. So for our display is a perfect example of the ADW motto of knowledge dispels fear. The Royal Air Force Falcons are very fortunate to have the use of military and civilian aircraft as jumping platforms. These aircraft are not only to make the display more interesting, but also remind the viewing public that parachuting is a vital and very real asset to modern British military air power.
It's just started to rain as well.
Today the Royal Air Force Falcons will be jumping from a Dornier DO-228 aircraft. The newest aircraft in the Royal Air Force Falcons fleet and our primary jump platform, provided by our defence partners Summit Air. This dual-engine side-door exit aircraft provides everything that the Royal Air Force Falcons need to provide an exciting show. Operated by a crew of 2 pilots, this aircraft can carry up to 19 passengers and flies at a top speed of 257 miles an hour. That's slightly faster than a Formula 1 race car.
Nice. Nice to take a break from commentary myself. So it's a pleasure.
Of course, the Royal Air Force Falcons could not do their job without the fantastic support from their sponsors for this season. We'd like to say a massive thank you to Braemont Military Watches, our long-standing partner Sonic Communications, EMFS, Summit Air, and thank you to ASF Signs, who have supported the team for a number of years by providing very colourful signage and graphics which you'll see on our vehicles. We'd also like to thank Cypress and the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund and the RAF Association, who are 2 sponsors very close to our hearts. They continue to provide support to us and the wider Royal Air Force family with the incredible hard work and generosity.
Here comes the rain. Oh, Claire, not there with the brolly, because it'll be, you'll have to go that way. Thank you. Okay, it's time to prepare for the rain. Oh no. Hello! Oh dear. Oh dear, that's a shame, isn't it? Just as soon as it started, the rain comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Time to get ready.
It's a rumble.
To experience the aerial skills of
one of the world's greatest military parachute display teams. Get your cameras ready, because it's time to introduce the Royal Air Force Falcons.
The team coach, Flight Sergeant Liam Lyons, will be looking out the door, waiting for the right time to signal to the team to leave the aircraft. He will exit first, then each jumper will follow, exiting every 3 seconds into free fall. Turn and face the skies. Get your cameras ready.
That's quite high up now.
And there they go, the 2025 Royal Air Force Parachute Display Team, the Falcons. The red smoke trail from their lectures created by smoke and smoke attached to their boots, which were activated at the very last moment before jumping from the aircraft. We can see all 7 canopies have safely deployed as the team immediately begins maneuvering into these snake formations. For 2025, the team have been working on a very dynamic and routine over the winter months, and hope you enjoy the visual spectacle as much as the Royal Air Force Falcons enjoy flying it. They've got the snake formation by turning 180 degrees back up to the front direction. They've now split. Now turn 90 degrees towards each other to create the crisscross. With piloting speeds of over 45 miles an hour, the team now immediately begin maneuvering into the very dynamic and signature maneuver, the carousel. This is the team's favourite maneuver, requires vast amount of concentration. The team coach has called to an end to the carousel as they immediately begin maneuvering into the saber chase and our final formation for today. You'll see them essentially forming a snake formation, but this time with dynamic left and right turn to position themselves into the landing arena today. You may also see one parachutist at the back there, that is Sergeant Luke Riddle. He is currently flying the Union Jack. Approaches these, they'll be able to hear you, so please put your hands together and give them a huge cheer to encourage them and to show your appreciation for the skills demonstrated today by the Royal Air Force Falcons. Approaching the ground now is Flight Sergeant Liam Lyons, Sergeant Andy Lynch, Sergeant Mike Atkinson, Sergeant Marcus Shields, Sergeant Aaron Oates, and Sergeant Craig Appleby.
Alright, here's patriotism, right, look at this. Yeah.
As you can see, it is quite windy on the DZ.
Whoa.
But please give it up for our Union Jack flyer, Sergeant Luke Riddle!
haven't quite finished just yet, as the team will be completing their line-up and official salute today. They'll quickly remove their equipment as their helmets and goggles come off and their parachutes are gathered in. They need to secure their parachutes to make sure they don't blow away or get all tangled up. You'll see they'll place their heavy harnesses on top of the parachutes itself. Each Falcon wears a bracket on each leg which holds a pair of smoke canisters, which right now are very hot. So you will see the team wearing gloves. This is not only because they must handle the hot canisters, but also because the temperatures can be freezing at high altitudes. You can now see the DZ Safety Officer and OC Falcons, Flight Lieutenant Adam Kearns, take their position in front of Wing Commander Penny Brady from the Royal Air Force Station Cosford, who will be taking the salute today. Once all Falcons have their RAF berries on, that is assigned to the DZSO that all drills have been complete. She will then call the team to the lineup, and OC Falcons will call them to the attention position.
Well, that was lovely. Something different, isn't it? It's always nice to see the parachute display teams. I know for one, know and understand how lovely it looks. So that was our first display, ladies, gents and teddy bears. So next up, I believe we've got our Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Looking forward to this.
Everybody, please once again put your hands together and give a big cheer for a superb display from the 2025 Royal Air Force Parachute Display Team, the RAF Falcons!
Nice.
Well, how about that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? What a great start to the Royal Air Force Cosford Air Show 2025. Our thanks to Corporal Samuel Witches and the Royal Air Force Falcons display team. Certainly challenging conditions. Delighted that they got 4,000 feet of altitude there. It's, I think if you were here last year, you know they had very low height. We have been plagued with cloud quite a lot over the last few years.
Well, let's hope for the BBMF, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Here we go.
So we just have a few minutes now. Nice chance to draw breath before, as we look ahead to certainly one of the highlights. Today, highlights of just about any show, and this will be again from the Royal Air Force in that beautiful shape and sound of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and we're expecting what I call their kind of signature display, which is the famous stuff, the Hurricane and the Spitfire. Yes, tremendous to have the BBMF back with us in such strength for the 2025 display season, particularly seeing as this is the year that marks the 80th anniversary of VE Day, which was commemorated exactly
exactly a month ago on the 8th of May, and later...
So it's lovely to have the Lancaster with two fighters escorting her, given that escorting role to look after their bombers. That's significant. The BBMF
appearances we have for you today, and it was
should be on their way very shortly.
That very significant anniversary.
They formed on 11th of July 1957.
Out of Hart Airport near Chester, which some of our display aircraft today are
They formed at Biggin Hill as the historic aircraft flight. And first to arrive was 3 Spitfires, PM631, which still flies today. It's the longest serving BBMF aircraft.
For example, as well, on the 31st of May 1945. And it was a really significant homecoming for this aeroplane. It certainly hasn't been back to Harden too many times since it was manufactured 80 years ago. Airbus laid on a really nice little event there for it with one of the A330 base.
So joining PM631, which is the Mark 19 photo reconnaissance Griffon powered aircraft, was joined by PS853 and PS915.
All these amazing anniversaries we've got this year. VE Day already gone, but of course we have VJ Day coming up. And of course there's another link here with the Lancaster, because it was entered service too late for the war in Europe.
The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight.
What's called Tiger Force. Ready to go.
Added the PA474 Avro Lancaster to their flight in 1973, which added memorial to the title, hence becoming the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And 3 years later, they made Coningsby their new home, back in Lincolnshire, back in Bomber County.
The taxiable Lancaster with the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage East Kirkby both share that as part of their heritage. And there's another thing that you can see here in the RAF Museum Midlands, which further represents the Tiger Force, which is covered in some detail in your souvenir programme, which is there's an Avro Lincoln on display, the immediate successor to the Lancaster, and you can go and have a look at the Lincoln, which was the other type that would have equipped the Tiger Force had it been forced to go to war in the Pacific. Now, I confess we're never 100% sure which fighters the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight goes through, because they have such an amazing fleet, but we are pretty sure that the Spitfire is going to be locally known as the Baby, P-7350, which is a Mark IIA Spitfire, which is a very historical Spitfire. It was for many years the oldest Spitfire that was flying, built Castle Bromwich, part of the Nuffield factory there at Castle Bromwich, the Shadow factory as it was largely known. It's actually the 14th to be built there, entered service in 1940 and took part in the Battle of Britain with both 266 and 603 squadrons. This is a real piece of history. Yes, they get very appropriate in this Battle of Britain anniversary year, and yes, while there may be older Spitfires, Mark 1s, now flying again, this remains the only one flying that actually participated in the battle, and it helps tell another aspect of the Battle of Britain story through its colour scheme.
P7350 then.
Regularly have their colour schemes altered to represent different units, different pilots, different theatres. Of course, I'm sure all of you will be very well aware, but it bears repeating, the Battle of Britain was much more than just Britain taking on the Nazi enemy. We were assisted by a great many allied nations, and a large contingent of New Zealanders was among them, and Spitfire P-7350 that we're shortly to see as part of the BBMF display takes the 94 squadron markings of a Spitfire 1 that was flown in July and August 1940 during the battle. One of the most famous names from those aerial combats. New Zealander Aldi, and the aircraft therefore bears the name Kiwi 3.
And indeed, I'm a great fan of this idea. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight have the 3 marking their aircraft up, and in fact the Lancaster has 2 markings. It has markings on one side and markings on the other, and on one side it represents a aircraft from the Australian Air Force, again showing this multinational approach, which was so important through the Battle of Britain and through the war in general.
The Avro Lancaster, developed from the Avro Manchester, which suffered due to its engines failing. The Rolls-Royce Vulture engine, rated at 1760 horsepower. And eventually, 1942, it failed to continue. Avro and Roy Chadwick developed the prototype BT-308.
As we mentioned earlier, this is the first of two displays we've seen in the Battle of Britain War today. So delighted to welcome you back after a very, very difficult year. Over much missed, very understandable reasons. So I think this is going to be very, very special.
Enjoy. And then of course it was renamed to the Avro Lancaster, as we know, with 44 Squadron on December 1941 at RAF Waddington. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Real Flight.
fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I give you the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, lest we forget.
Absolutely incredible. I love the crowd applauding. Oh, yes.
started, those three words, the end of the display there, have taken a great importance with the passing of every year, particularly this year, when we have seen the passing of the last veteran of Fighter Command during the Battle of Brisbane, Paddy Hemingway.
How you doing, all right?
Now, we were talking a little earlier about the international contribution to the battle and to the RAF efforts during the Second World War in general. That was very potently illustrated there by the Hurricane in the formation, serial LF-363, which appears in the colours of the most famous of all Polish squadrons within the wartime Royal Air Force, number 303 Squadron, representing a Hurricane 1, flown by that unit during September 1940. And we are, of course, honoured to have a modern-day Polish Air Force here.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that, ladies, sheds of teddy bears.
Tiger demo team later in the programme. A further salute there to the Poles who flew alongside the wartime RAF. And we're sticking with allies for our next aircraft on the programme, but turning across the Atlantic to the US Army Air Forces, but with one of the prime Army Air Forces fighters that
Thanks, Chris. Chris Bloxham, thank you very much, man, for that update. Oi, oi.
From 1942 until 45.
Nice one. Yeah, man, all good. Just a bit wet up here, but it's fine. It's normal. It's normal. You alright there? You alright there? Yeah, good, you alright? Okay, so on next display coming up very shortly. I hope you enjoyed that, Lady Shed Teddy Bears. Very, very, you know, just means so much. And remember, you know, for those that are new, thank you for joining us on the Ted Coningsby channel. We do this almost 5 days a week, weather permitting. Of course, tomorrow I am off, as you might imagine, but we do this 4 to 5 days a week, and we cover all the history. And Lady Sheds Teddy Bears, when the BBMF fly, that's 55,573 men lost. And for those that know my in-depth history, 10% were lost in training with operational training units, OTUs. Lest we forget, Lady Sheds Teddy Bears.
So lined up down at the left-hand end of the runway and ready to roll from Fighter Aviation Engineering, this mighty single-seat, single-engine fighter, one of the biggest aircraft of that configuration of the Second World War, is the Republic P-47D Mustang.
Oh yes, my favourite. Where are you? Oh, sorry about that. Didn't realise we were looking at the field there.
So I think we had just a couple of minutes while the Thunderbolt gains some altitude and just does those final checks before running in to commence its display. Just thinking back to what we've just seen. Obviously the Lancaster 4 engines, but the Spitfire and the Hurricane are both single-engined aircraft. And the Spitfire we've just seen, maximum all-up weight of 2.5 tons. The aircraft we're about to see, single-engine,
46 litres.
8 tons. Over 3 times the weight. This certainly is a very large single-engine aircraft. Yeah, the P-47 weighs more than some multi-engine light bombers or strike aircraft of World War II, the likes of the Bristol Blenheim that we've seen here before, and one of which is in the RAF Museum. Really, really interesting design this. Republic came up with the XP-47 prototype, which was quite a lightweight machine, but that design was canned in favour of this much larger, much heavier design. It comes from the pen of the same man who produced it, designed its predecessor, Alexander Carvelli, who was a Georgian emigre. But it was, nonetheless, from its first flight in May 1941 through service entry a year later with the US Army Air Forces into its first major deployments in the European
See you, mate. See ya.
8th Air Force, a machine that took a little while to
goodness me, it's absolutely pouring it down. Look at this.
Combat mission was a fighter sweep over France from Devon to Essex in March 1943, and the following month, one of that unit's pilots, a very famous future ace called Major Don Blakesley, scored the first aerial victory by a P-47 against a Luftwaffe Focke-Wulf FW-190. At that stage, however, the Thunderbolt wasn't especially long-ranged, nor was it very good at low level, but as the design was improved through successive variants, that began to change, and the aircraft we're about to see became one of the great American escort fighters of World War II, able to accompany Allied bombers deep into Germany, and as it was developed and its range was increased, it could escort them all the way back as well. The same is true of its tremendous companion, the P-51 Mustang, which we'll see a little later on today's programme. One of the reasons the aircraft was so well loved by the pilots that flew it was down to its armament. We've seen the Spitfire and the Hurricane, both armed with 8 machine guns, but they are .303, basically rifle caliber. Of course, here we're talking about .5, a 50 cal, 8 of them on this aircraft. Here she is. So heavy, it was an aeroplane that you could build up a lot of energy in a dive. Fly through, particularly on air-to-ground tasking, and then climb rapidly away. This was, however, also an excellent air-to-air dogfighter, perhaps not as good as the likes of the Spitfire or the Mustang as a close-in dogfighter, because it is a large, quite bulky aeroplane. But everyone I've ever spoken to who's flown a P-47 praises this aircraft's handling characteristics to the hilt, and as a gun platform for example, air-to-ground strafing missions, very steady, very stable. And it was those sort of attributes that meant it had such a great role after the P-51 Mustang came to the fore in the US 8th Air Force. That played the biggest role in the lead up to D-Day, softening up the German Luftwaffe at its bases on the ground.
These are 48 fighter group markings, the 492nd, the Mad Hatters, who today are based at RAF Falcons.
As an identifier in the hours leading up to D-Day to enable the easy distinction between Allied and Axis aeroplanes. This one is in the colours of a P-47 of the 9th Air Force, which was also, like the 8th Air Force, stationed in the UK. The 9th primarily providing close support to ground forces, and it represents the Thunderbolt flown by the 492nd Fighter Squadron of the 9th Air Force in the D-Day period.
is personally my favourite World War II.
This aircraft was capable of taking a tremendous amount of damage and still make it back home. Some amazing pictures from the Second World War of aircraft that did make it home, where there's more holes than airframe. And of course, one of the things that helped that was the double wasp engine, which is air-cooled. We've seen the Spitfire and the Hurricane, Griffin engine, Merlin engine, all liquid-cooled, and a lot of pipe work. One round damaging that pipe work makes the coolant leaks, that terrible white thin stream of smoke behind, and the engine will seize. Not so in an aircraft like this.
Andy, because 7 years ago I met a veteran of the 78th Fighter Group, the Duxton-based US 8th Air Force group that was part of the 8th Fighter Command that switched in late 1944 from the P-47 to the P-51, called Huey Lamb, and he said they were not keen to switch from the P-47 to the P-51 for that very reason. They thought the P-51 would be badly affected by battle damage. Of course, they soon grew to love the Mustang, as he said, but it was in their minds when that conversion happened. Asia Command, and you can see one of those in the other RAF museum location at Hendon in North London, depicting that other really important aspect of this great fighter's history. Final pass then. Coming up, the aircraft will be landing back on afterwards, though. An aeroplane we've not seen here for a few years. It did come in for static display at our big RAF 100 show in 2018. At that point, this aeroplane had only just rejoined the British Air Show circuit. It was a stalwart for many years in the ownership of the fighter collection at Duxford. It was then sold to the USA, but since 2018, it's been back here with the fleet of fighter aviation engineering.
How much is sold?
beautifully flown, and a very, very important aeroplane for us to have as part of the lineup of airworthy warbirds on hand with different UK offerings. Such was the role this aircraft had flying out of the UK during the Second World War with US Army Air Forces units and overseas with the Royal Air Force. may look like a big brute, but believe me, those who fly it say it's a real pussycat. Lovely handling, and you easily see why this was such a successful fighter.
And certainly an aircraft that went better downhill than up.
Yes, you could say that, but once you've got it wound up, as I said, Andy, though, you know, you could climb away very, very effectively.
Amazing. Pratt & Whitney's
And of course, in the escort role, that is so important. We're not talking about battle and wreck type scrambles here. We are talking about being at altitude, supporting bombers, both on their way to and on their way back from the target. How great that the aircraft's operating from here. So the display's not over. Unfortunately, we don't get too many landings here at Cosford because of the size of the runway. So this is a really lovely sight.
It is, especially against such a nice verdant backdrop as the one we
Just to give you an idea of the size of that nose, you can actually fit a human being in the nose and the air intake alone.
Of the wartime US 9th Air Force, and it's named Nellie B. That squadron was stationed at Ibsley in Hampshire in the New Forest.
Indeed they were.
During the D-Day period, it bombed bridges behind the Normandy beachhead on the 6th of June 1944 itself. It also played a major part in missions to liberate the Netherlands and flew from several bases in newly liberated Europe, advancing as the Allied frontline forces did. And that unit, the 492nd Fighter Squadron, is still in existence today at RAF Lakenheath in Suffolk, flying the F-15E Strike Eagle with them.
I love this. I can take a day off with commentary. It's brilliant.
This P-47 has been an honoured guest at Lakenheath on several occasions for heritage events staged there, providing that vital connection between the past and the present of American forces here in Britain.
Just want to thank the commentators. They are excellent, very well knowledgeable, fantastic. I love hearing it, and it's always a learning for me. And I know you love our channel through my history talks, and that is exactly that. RAF Ibsley then set sail on the likes of the HMS Queen Elizabeth, the Ile de France, and eventually with 2,000 sorties of the 14,000 alone. That was the 48 fighter group's commitment and contribution with the 9th Air Force. And eventually they were operating in France at Commemorate, and then eventually in their much loved 10,000 foot runway at St. Trond in Belgium.
Martin there, flying the Republic P-47D Thunderbolt. And we'll see the P-51 from the same operator, Fighter Aviation Engineering, a little later in the programme.
So, just looking ahead to what we have planned for the next hour or so, the next display is due to be one of the additions to the flying programme. In fact, I can see it just taxiing out onto the runway now, way to your left-hand side. No, in fact, that's the Tutor, I think, that's going to take off first. And then he's going to disappear into the hold and come back to display for us after the next item, which will be the Bird Dog. As I mentioned, a late addition, but very welcome addition to the flying programme. We'll then follow on with the Tutor that will take us up to the hour, and then just after 1 o'clock we'll step up the pace with the Royal Air Force Typhoon. After that we'll go back to the Second World War with the P-51D Mustang. 1:30 pair Chipmunks, together they are the vintage pair. Then as we head towards 2 o'clock, we'll be treated to another late addition to the flying programme, a short but very sweet and loud exhibition from the F-35B Lightning II.
There goes the Tutor. We'll be seeing back with us shortly, of course, very familiar to many of you in the local area as the mount of the Cosford Base Universities of Birmingham Air Squadron, and our huge thanks to all the members of UBAS, without whom I don't think this event could go ahead.
Well, Ben, I think everyone here involved in the organisation
Bob Jews
going
for the holding, ready for the next display, the Tutor display, thanks to RAF Wittery.
The universities, but also for the Royal Air Force, the care, the attention, the hard work they put in on the lead up during the show and next week is truly phenomenal.
Couldn't agree more. It's one of the things that makes going to the show such a pleasure every year. Now we're we're going back to the Korean War and the Vietnam War period, particularly with this example. The next time we're going to see the Vietnam conflict because it's painted up as an aircraft from that Southeast Asian War. The aircraft taking the runway now. In fact, this is a different example from what we had in our program here 2 years ago, and it's very nice to see it in the markings of the South Vietnamese Air Force, not the colour scheme you see very often on display aircraft here in the UK, and it carries with it, through that colour scheme, a really interesting story. So, taking the runway and about to get airborne, I should think, in very short order, that being one of this type's most outstanding attributes. This is the Cessna O-1 Bird Dog.
Half and half of bubble canopy and razorbacks of the P-47. Made about 15,000 in total. Just a couple of hundred of the B and C models. Our Bird Dog is just about to take off. While that just does its about to take off.
And there it goes. And indeed, a very short takeoff for this aircraft, which was adapted from the civilian Cessna 170 to meet a US Army need for a new aircraft for the observation, fire control and liaison roles. Importantly, it was to be of all living construction to replace the likes of the earlier Typhoon L4 and L5, designed for dates from World War II. First flew in 1949 into service with the US Army the following year, and the US Army's bird dogs, called L-19s at that point, went straight into action in the Korean War. They were also flown by observation squadrons of the US Marine Corps in Korea. And only one bird dog was actually flown by the RAF, by a single RAF flight operating in Korea, and it was deemed superior to the Ulster AOP-6s.
Actually, do you know, I've actually heard of one of these now. Bird Dog. I was chatting to our very own Aspen about one of
Nonetheless, the Ulster Soldier Army only ever flew that one bird dog. See here, it's a very manoeuvrable platform at low level. And as we watch this display and the manoeuvres, I think we should really just remember the role of this aircraft, because what it's doing now is what it did in its war role, but it did this right over the heads of the enemy. Its main job was to spot the positions of the enemy and then pass that information back to various platforms. That could be 4 F4s about to tip in and drop a lot of bombs. It could be to a ship out at sea to fire a salvo of 16-inch caliber shells. It could be artillery pieces, but its job was to get very low, very close to the enemy, and then pass that information back. That is a very serious mission. Yeah, the forward air controller airborne, as we now call it, back A. So capabilities that we're seeing, very manoeuvrable, good slow speed handling is exactly what it needs for that role. Not so good in terms of surviving the battlefield. Nonetheless though, Andy, I mean, you were talking about how the P-47 could withstand a lot of battle damage. That was true of this, what might appear to be light aeroplane. In 1952, flying in Korea, one US Army bird dog had 12 feet of its starboard wing shot off by anti-aircraft artillery, but it was repaired and it flew again the next day. Of the crew of this aircraft, because by definition they've got to have good view. The side windows are actually canted out so you can stick your head out and look down.
There's transparency on top of the wing so you can look up. They must have felt very, very vulnerable.
They certainly must have, and when these aircraft went on to fly in the Vietnam War, by which time the US Army had turned most of its bird dogs over to the US Air Force, and they were now known as the O-1, over for observation. 469 bird dogs were lost by all the operators that flew them there. Some did remain in US Army service, but mostly they were turned over to the Air Force. They were also flown there by the US Marine Corps, by the South Vietnamese, by Air America on behalf of the CIA. Now, I mentioned the colour scheme on this one is that of South Vietnam, and it represents one of the most fascinating bits of the whole bird dog story. It's painted as the aircraft of Major Wang Lee of the South Vietnamese Air Force, who on the morning of the 30th of April 1975 took off from Con Son Island to escape from the end of fighting in South Vietnam as the North Vietnamese overran Southern Territory, and of course Saigon was evacuated. He flew his little bird dog out over the South China Sea, hoping to find a US Navy carrier to land on, and he ended up doing so. He landed on USS Midway, and it was the first bird dog ever to touch down on an aircraft carrier.
Now I admit we have a fairly brisk wind today, but that is a very slow speed pass.
It is indeed, and hopefully we'll have given you the chance to look at some of the equipment this bird dog is carrying. Under the wings, you might have noticed it's got 8 2.5-inch incendiary rockets, which were known as Willie Petes. Of course, these are dummies for display purposes. Those were used for part of the role Andy was describing earlier, marking enemy positions. And on top of the wing, you can see there's a huge 8-foot-tall wing antenna, and that was used so that the aircraft could maintain communications with ground stations when it was getting very low down over the battlefield. For example, low literally into the jungle canopy or amongst the weeds.
And by bird dog standards, this is quite a high altitude display. It really would be right down there, very low. And target marking, it just makes me think of the Pathfinders during the Second World War. So very similar. Dropping flares, dropping something that illuminates a point. Even if that's not the exact target, it can be used as a marker that then can be relayed. See my flares, left, 400 yards.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons aircraft like this definitely have to be categorised as warbirds, just like the Spitfires, just like the Hurricanes, just like the Mustangs and so forth.
And if you're the enemy and you have one of these above you, it's a prime target because you know what that aircraft is doing. If it sees you, it will call up some support, be it from the air, be it from the ground, be it from sea. So, yeah, these were prime targets aircraft.
Yeah, you can see the sort of aircraft that to some extent pioneered that role during the Second World War, represented here in our static display just off to the right of the control tower as part of one of our vintage static display areas by Simon Tilling's lovely little Oster Mark I, one of the very first air observation post aircraft operated by the RAF on behalf of the British Army during the Second World War.
And of course it's a role that's endured because after the Bird Dog we moved into the Skymaster and the Bronco.
We did have helicopters.
And then helicopters as well. More recent aircraft but still doing the same role, which was really the first ever role of air power all the way back to the First World War.
Yes.
Seeing over the enemy's trenches, over their line. What are they doing? Are my shells hitting the enemy or are they not?
Yeah, it was the, as you say, it was one of the bedrocks of air power from the beginning, but this use of high-winged light aeroplanes really dates from the run-up to World War II and a British artillery officer called Jack Parham, who had a little Aeronca C2 of his own, and he realised the potential of flying aircraft like that for the artillery spotting role, and it led on to, like Oster, like I mentioned, for the US Army, particularly the Piper L4 Cub, and as time went on, this aircraft took over that role. It's great to see it represented here by this one, which dates from 1957. It served with the French Army aviation arm, the Aviation Légère de l'Armée
made a tear. It was sold onto the civil market in the 1990s. It's been through a few owners in the UK. It's currently part of the fleet of Kennett Aviation, established by that great enthusiast of vintage aviation, particularly post-war types, of which he's had a good few pass through his hands. Tim Manor, based at Old Warden, the home of the Shuttleworth collection in Bedfordshire, and in fact,
Nicely
at
done.
the controls today for that very nice display of the L-19E Bird Dog was one of the Shuttleworth collection pilots, former RAF TriStar pilot Scott Butler. Fabulous.
Oi, oi, how you doing? All right? Good. So that's the Bird Dog. Doesn't need much of a runway, does it? Amazing. So we've got the Tutor display coming up as well.
Just a reminder that there's a very important rendezvous point we should point out. It is the yellow and white striped marquee, which is in front of our commentary position, but more importantly, and what you should see is it's in front of the air traffic control tower here at RAF Cosford. It is our information point, and it's also a lost and found rendezvous point. So if you've lost an item, or if you've lost a member of your group, then that is the place to head to, and hopefully we can reunite you. And if you are with a group of people, if you've got children with you, it is worth just pointing out where that is so that they know to go there and be reunited with you, rather than have any distress as they wander around the site looking for people. So that's the place to go. It's the yellow and white striped marquee in front of the air traffic control tower.
Got to see the transparent section.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls,
brilliant.
We're about to go back to the Royal Air Force for the next display, and to tell you all about it, here is Flying Officer Seb Wilson. Hello, good afternoon everyone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the 2025 Royal Air Force Tutor Display.
Here we go.
My name is Flying Officer Seb Wilson, and I'm the Tutor Display Manager this season. It's a pleasure to display the Grob Tutor for you all today. And now, flying in towards us from the centre at nearly 200 miles an hour is the Tutor Display Pilot, Flight Lieutenant Bob Hughes.
Go on, Bob.
As he pulls up at 5 feet, he burns his speed into height for his first manoeuvre, the hammerhead. Flight Lieutenant Hughes was born in Carmarthen, South Wales, and started his flying career in the Royal Air Force in 1989, flying the Queen of the Skies, the VC-10, out of RAF Bright Norton. Then, he was a search and rescue pilot on the Sea King. From the end of this half horizontal, Bob will put in negative 2G to level the aircraft upside down for an inverted pass. This is Bob's second year with Tutor Display. He's operating at base heights of 300 feet, except for the two final passes at just 100 feet. The Tutor obviously is a first port of call for most people's experience with aviation in the Royal Air Force, be that Royal Air Force Air Cadets or University Air Squadron students. The next manoeuvre is a ballistic roll, which Bob can use to gain energy for the next part of the sequence. When not displaying, Bob is a qualified flying instructor, or QFI, on 115 Squadron, based at RAF Wittering. He trains fellow frontline pilots into QFIs. During his varied career, Bob has amassed over 8,000 flying hours on 15 different aircraft types. This represents almost a full year in the air. After this half Cuban, Bob will enter the 4-point roll. Get your cannons ready, it's a great photo opportunity. The Tutor has a top speed of 212 miles an hour, or 185 knots, and can achieve maximum positive 6G.
Nice.
Next, we have another wing over, a combined pitching and rolling manoeuvre used to turn the flight path through 180 degrees. You'll notice that every wing over is slightly different, as Bob carefully selects his flight path to cater for differing wind conditions and aircraft energy states. Displaying the Tutor requires careful energy management to its low power-to-weight ratio. Bob now rolls 90 degrees or pointing straight up before completing a stall turn at almost zero airspeed. The two 90-degree turns allow Bob to continue in the same direction. The Tutor is operated by No. 6 Flying Training School in partnership with Babcock International, primarily flying University Air Squadron students and RAF Air Cadets. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK that offer flights to 20,000 cadets each year. This could be you if you're between 13 and 20 years old. 50 air cadets a year are now being taught to fly the Tutor up to solo standard. After this conventional stall turn, Bob will enter the slow roll. During the slow roll, you may have noticed the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund heart on the belly of this aircraft, seen since 2022 to celebrate this fantastic charity. The Benevolent Fund supports Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets and veterans wherever they're in need. We are proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the RAF family. Visit our tent or view our Tutor display leaflet and website to access a QR code to donate to the Benevolent Fund. For those of you that are considering going to university, there are 15 university air squadrons across the UK. On the squadrons, students are taught to fly the Tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors, like Bob. It's worth mentioning that the UAS flying syllabus does include solo aerobatics. UASs also provide a huge opportunity for personal development, as well as a wide variety of adventurous training in the UK and expeditions across the globe. I used to be a University Air Squadron student, and it's the best decision I made at uni. We're now in the high energy section of the display, with a derry turn, quarter clover, and now just finishing the loop, which are quintessential aerobatic manoeuvres. Today, the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions and has an exciting future with the continued development of our combat, utility and maritime patrol aircraft, as well as UK Space Command. They will soon be joined by the introduction of our airborne early warning aircraft, E-7 Wedgetail, and new remotely piloted capabilities with Protector. The high tempo of operations continues today, with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world, operating with NATO and our other allies. Visit the RAF website to find out more about our professions, including, but not limited to, aircrew, air operations controllers, engineers, medics, cyber specialists, and many more. Well, we'll now enter the final section of display with an oblique loop and a half cubit. The oblique loop puts the aircraft in plan form twice to the ground, so it's an excellent photo opportunity. I'd like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Babcock International and Runway 25, who provided much of the merchandise we're giving out to our stand this season. If you've taken any good photos of the Tutor, make sure to tag our social medias and use the hashtag #TutorDisplay. We'll now bring the Tutor around with the passing wave at 100 feet to our final great photo opportunity. A big thank you to Cosford Air Show for hosting us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2025 Royal Air Force Tutor Display.
Nice one, Bob. Fantastic as always.
Well, Seb, thank you very much for that great display. Very important aircraft around these here parts, of course, with the only aircraft, RAF aircraft that's actually based here at Cosford. So, yeah, pass our thanks on to everybody involved. I will do. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Almost time for your favourite one, Nick. Your Typhoon pilot.
Yeah, it is.
So while we just have a couple of moments before the next display item, a reminder to not only look up while you're here today, but look down and look around. So many things to have a look around at, to interact with, people to talk to, opportunities to part with your cash.
Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nick Oss, cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel.
Things on the airfield here, included in most of the hangars towards the rear of the showground, especially the corporate STEM hangar. There's some amazing stuff in there, absolutely is. One of the hangars away to the left-hand side, as you look out, has the Jaguar up on its jacks. It's become a bit of a favourite here, and I think if you don't mind queuing for quite a while, you actually get the chance to, if not get in the cockpit, get very close to it, whilst the undercarriage is lowered and raised. Now, that is something quite special. You do not get to see that for obvious reasons, because
I never got to show you the
undercarriage while the aircraft is on
for those that are familiar with our channel, there's our P-47 Thunderbolt engine, the PW Pratt & Whitney's 2800 double wasp, 18-cylinder air-cooled. And this section here, the air intake at the front, sucks in all that air, and it's big enough to fit a human being, goes all the way back. And yes, people don't know, not everyone knows, World War II, they already had superchargers, impellers and compressors, so the air goes in into the impeller and it's compressed. And then you've got the intercooler section here to cool down the air, hot air from compression. It's even got a water tank for those that are familiar with Fast and Furious. With NOS, the P-47 Thunderbolt had an alcohol and water mixture which would boost for an extra 300 horsepower using 30 gallons of this mixture. Amazing, amazing, amazing. There's some categories and facts there that I, for those that are familiar with our channel, will know how much depth we go into our aircraft.
You really should take time before the end of the day. Walk right to the far right-hand
right-hand end of the airfield, as you look out towards the runway, you'll go up into a revetment area, which is
look at this. The size difference.
Other purposes than making a nice display area at the air show. It's used for dispersed operations training, isn't it? It is. And that is where you can find a very special combination of aircraft, namely one that might look very familiar, a Eurofighter Typhoon development aircraft, the British fleet of Typhoon development aircraft, operated out of BAE Systems Warden factory in Lancashire back in the day. Next to it is something that looks a bit like a Eurofighter Typhoon, but isn't. It is the remarkable British Aerospace EAP experimental aircraft program, one of the forerunners of the Typhoon program, and this aircraft, part of the RAF Museum collection, has been brought outside, and the two are parked together. I can't remember seeing this before. Ben, I think you're exactly right. It's a real recent piece of aviation history.
Thanks for joining us, the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Cosford Air Show. Don't forget to hit the like button and of course subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, and that is...
which is something we've done in aviation for many years. Think of
we're very close to 100k, the big 100.
To test various new ideas before you're committed to the full-size, full-power, all singing and all dancing main aircraft. And yeah, DA4 in there, which was the second of the UK's developmental aircraft. DA1 being the first in German, marching. DA2, which was our first one to fly Walton, I believe.
Yeah, and that's the one that's now black and in the RAF Museum London.
It is indeed, yes. DA3 is Italian, I think
so, yeah.
And then this one, DA4.
And the EAP, as you say, the predecessor of all of those, a technology demonstrator, just the one that was built, had quite a short flying life, 40 years old next year, 1986. It flew the last time in 1991. It was then used for ground instruction duties for some time, including a period at Loughborough University as part of their very well-known aeronautical engineering department. And it is now here at Cosford in the charge of the RAF Museum. And to see it outside, not only that, to see it outside with a Typhoon is an outstanding opportunity. So right up to the right-hand end of the showground, if you want to see the two parks together, it really is something of a one-off.
And I confess, I think the EAP is part of the reason that I joined the Royal Air Force. I saw it at Farnborough in my formative years. 86 it would have been. Yes, I was very young at the time. And it certainly sparked an interest in me, which I still have today.
A real precursor of the future of RAF combat aircraft. Never, of course, intended to see service itself. Despite the similarities between it and the Typhoon, to some extent, I suppose you could call the EAP the last new all-British fighter, because it was a purely BAE project. So a real part of aviation history, unmissable, only here at Cosford.
He comes from the back in, he's coming from the back.
We know. So I know. You've been there as well. I know, yeah.
Oh my goodness me, it's absolutely getting a bit wet here now.
It's been in worse than this.
We'll have that.
Lost messages and all I like. Mad stuff I'm looking at.
Reason we bring up that EAP and Typhoon static display because our next aircraft on display will be the solo Royal Air Force Eurofighter Typhoon FGR-4 in just a few minutes' time. We're going to get the Mustang underway first to go out and hold sister ship to the P-47 we saw earlier is the Fighter Aviation Engineering Stable. And this is a Mustang we've never seen at Cosford before. It was imported to the UK fairly recently during the airshow circuit last year, and it is a P-51D Mustang. It's an Australian-built one, a Commonwealth CA-18 Mustang, and there are some subtle differences between it and the American-built aeroplane. It is a particularly gorgeous example, I have to say. Taking the runway now, named Jersey Jerk, and we'll explain why when the aircraft returns to display.
Claire?
There's the Mustang then on the roll to get into the air and hold off while the Typhoon displays. Minutes away for what I think will be one of the highlights of the Flying Displays programme today.
Really grim.
Expected the next highlight to be the Royal Air Force Typhoon. And if you were listening to our broadcast earlier this morning before flight started, you would have heard an interview with the pilots this year, who is Squadron Leader Nathan Shora. And he mentioned his very special arrival. For this year, the Typhoon makes a crowd rear arrival. Very similar to the Battle Brick Memorial flights, the aircraft will first appear behind you and come over your head towards the runway. So if you have young ones with you, perhaps just warn them of that. That will be surprisingly loud and directly over your head.
Where's the other one? Okay, thank you.
Now Nathan has quite an interesting history already in the Royal Air Force. He was a member of the Air Cadets, joined the Royal Air Force at the age of 18 in 2009. Followed the kind of Northern fast jet training route, at the time through the Tutor and Hawk. But then he did something quite special. Yeah, because he was the last new RAF training Tornado GR4 pilot before obviously the training of new pilots for the Tornado became redundant.
Come on, Nate, just wait for the rain to stop, man, that'd be great.
Its roles were taken on by first the Typhoon FGR4 that we're about to see, and then the F-35B Lightning. But Nathan went on to be posted to number 31 Squadron at Arm in 2017 and saw out the Tornado's service.
Might get lucky and not need this. Hang on. I've been hopeful.
When we were talking about the weather earlier on today, we talked about the fast jet displays generally working up 3 different routines to use throughout the year. The full show, the rolling show and the flat show. Well, the full show needs very high cloud base, if not clear blue. We certainly, unfortunately, not seen that arena today.
We're going to get a full display, are we?
We should be okay for either the rolling or the flat, which sounds like it's a cut down, but it certainly isn't. In many respects, I prefer some of the rolling flat.
Come on, Nate, here we go.
It's not putting the big vertical bonus, but you feel the thunder, the high noise, the speed, capability. You do, and you also get a tremendous benefit from the condensation that we're going to see falling on the aircraft.
We're going to get a lot of spluffage.
RAF Coningsby on the Eurofighter Typhoon FTR.
idle, bringing that speed down to somewhere in the region of 120 knots. And here, Andy, is where the digital fly-by-wire control of the Typhoon really come into play.
They do indeed. There's nearly 100 control movements per second this aircraft is performing just to hold this very steady, stable attitude.
The design, like many modern designs, is actually inherently unstable, and the fly-by-wire control system affords artificial stability. And it also provides what's known as carefree handling, meaning the pilot can't take the aircraft outside of its elements. You've got roll control from the small, what are known as flaperons, a combination of flap and aileron on the wings, the flaperons, and those two canard foreplanes on the foreplanes.
Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer, based at RAF Coningsby, this year's Typhoon display pilot, who is with 29 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit RG.
Incursion into our airspace, and on using the Falkland Islands, of course. But now, turning the clock back once again to the Second World War, and once again to a time that saw a great deal of service with both the US Army Air Forces and the Royal Air Force of World War II. As I say this, an Australian Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation built example of the North American P-51D Mustang, coming to us from Fighter Aviation Engineering.
What Nathan does.
Oh yeah.
Nathan is very good.
Oh yeah. I got that.
Amazing, thank you very much. All of you who are tuned in, it's 12 minutes past 13 here, or 12 past 1 in old money.
Earlier heard 6 Merlins powering the Lancaster Hurricane Spitfire of the Battle of Britain Memorial Point. We're about to hear another one, because this is a Packard Merlin engine example of the Mustang, the American automobile manufacturer Packard, producing the famous power plant under license.
Oh, come out of nowhere!
If ever there were an aircraft that's an example of Anglo-American cooperation in military aviation, this aeroplane, the North American Mustang, is it. Because it was produced to meet a British requirement. Famously, a British purchasing commission in New York City was on the search for potential new American-built fighter designs for the Royal Air Force during 1940. The visitor was North American Aviation in Dallas, Texas. We had the idea that potentially North American, which was still quite a new company at that point, albeit already building the Harvard trainer, one of which we'll see later, in quantity for the RAF, could build the Curtiss P-40 Warhawk for the RAF under license. However, North American had other ideas, and it came up with a design called the NA-73. Initial conception to first flight before the end of 1940 wasn't quite as rapid in terms of the number of days involved as has sometimes been stated, but it was nonetheless astonishingly quick, and it produced a highly advanced fighter in aerodynamic terms. The aircraft newly went through flight testing and was earmarked for operational service, and indeed entered service with both the US Army Air Forces and the RAF, known to the Americans as the P-51, in fairly short order, also known as the A-36, as a ground attack and dive bomber platform to the Americans, in which role it was very successful. Engine, which was equipped with most Curtiss P-40s. Very good engine for operations at the low-level role, but it rather ran out of craft at altitude, so this aircraft wasn't initially able to fulfill the potential that was certainly evident in the design as a high-altitude, long-range escort fighter. Of a unit based in Duxford called the Air Fighting Development Unit, which evaluated new aircraft and new capabilities for the RAF during wartime. Ian Campbell-Ord was talking to a friend of his, a man called Ronnie Harker, who was a service liaison test pilot for Rolls-Royce. And between them, the idea was hatched that wouldn't it be a good proposal to engine this, as I say, very streamlined fighter, and thereby transform its performance with a Rolls-Royce Merlin. A Mustang was newly converted with a Rolls-Royce built Merlin. It was test flown at the Rolls-Royce factory airfield at Hucknall, immediately the transformation was clear. Rolls-Royce couldn't fulfill the sort of demand that was required, though, to produce the Merlins for Mustang production on top of Spitfires, Mosquitoes, Lancasters, and the like. So that's where Packard entered the story with the United States likely producing the Merlin, and this was where the legend of the Merlin Mustang was born. However, continued until very late in the war. Particularly the RAF flew them for low-level reconnaissance roles during the D-Day period. But it was the Merlin-powered versions, like the P-51D that we see represented here, that were the great long-range escort fighters for the US 8th Air Force in the European theatre, and indeed for the US Army Air Forces out in the Pacific as well. This aircraft is named Jersey Jerk. That was the personal moniker applied to a P-51D that was flown by one of the most notable 8th Air Force names of the Second World War, Donald Strait. He was assigned to the 361st Fighter Squadron stationed at Martlesham Heath in Suffolk. Initially equipped with the P-47 like we saw earlier. Strait wanted to name the first P-47 that was allocated to him as Jersey Bounce, but his crew chief had other ideas, his crew chief being named Doc Watson, who was described later by Strait as a real tough kid, a leather worker from Boston. Strait put forth this idea of calling his Thunderbolt Jersey Bounce. Watson replied, "We can't do that. There's a guy in one of the other squadrons already named his airplane Jersey Bounce." And Strait didn't have a name on his fighter when he returned for his 5th mission. Watson said that his ground crew had come up with the name Jersey Jerk. Strait later recalled, "I said, Watson, I'm not a jerk." To which Watson replied, "Sir, let me tell you why we want to name it that. Any guy that would take off in a single-engine airplane, cross the North Sea in the wintertime, and take a chance of getting his rear shot off by the Luftwaffe or by anti-aircraft fire has got to be a jerk."
Good story, I like that.
The name stuck.
Learning with this, I love it.
Who had enlisted in his state's National Guard before joining up formally with the US Army Air Forces, and later on served long into the post-war years with the New Jersey Air National Guard, is commemorated by this Australian-built Mustang and fighter aviation engineering. If you look away to your left-hand side as the Mustang is making its approach to land, you see that very curved fighter approach to the airfield. Well, if you imagine you're sat in the cockpit of a Mustang looking forward, you have very little forward visibility, especially when the aircraft comes into
Thank you all so much for tuning in. We've smashed records today.
Virtually no forward visibility. Kind of like driving with your bonnet up. So many of these fighters make what we call the curved fighter approach, which is staying very tight to the runway, turning very tightly towards it, so you can at least keep sight of the runway for as long as possible. In this case, out to the left-hand side of the canopy, and then kicking in the aircraft straight at the last minute, looking left and right, hoping to see the edges of the runway, and then should be well. Also, and if you're down the front of the crowd line, you may well see this in the next few minutes. Taxiing was even harder because
look how long the nose
this aircraft now, there is no forward visibility. So these fighters, Spitfires, Hurricanes as well to a certain extent, very
very much follow this kind of snaking taxiing pattern, moving left and right, left and right. The idea being if you keep snaking, you can look forward each turn.
You'll see when this aircraft taxis past, it is absolutely gorgeous.
It is.
Imported to the UK with the assistance of the late Richard Grace, his team at Air Leasing at Sywell, and it's operated by Ultimate Warbird Flights at Sywell on passenger rides, as well as being based half of the time at Duxford, the former Thunderbolt Mustang base, of course. And it was Mark Levy.
If you just joined us, ladies, gents and teddy bears, don't forget to subscribe. Help us get to that 100k. We are very close to 100k.
Aerobatic and Warbird pilot is the great display from Mark there in the
Nice one, Mark.
Aircraft Corporation Mustang.
Beautiful water. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, oi, oi. Look at this.
So just looking ahead to what we have planned for you in the next hour or so. Next display item should be the vintage pair, 2 Chipmunks. And as we head towards about 10 to 2, we're going to have a very special appearance by the F-35B, the Royal Air Force, the Lightning II.
Lovely. How are we all doing, ladies and gentlemen? I hope we're all good and enjoying the show.
Sweet overseas contribution in the form of the MRTT, the multi-role tanker transport, followed on by, again, one of the highlights, certainly for me today, which will be the Dutch Spitfire. And then as we get towards 2:30, again, from our friends overseas, the Polish F-16, followed by some fast and furious aerobatics by Melanie in the extra 330. And then as we head towards 3 o'clock, we'll go back to that very famous wartime trainer, the Harvard. If you do look to your left-hand side, you can see a helicopter approaching. I think that has some very important cargo, the type of cargo that can get out on its own, probably wearing red.
And from whom we'll probably hear in not too long a while. Indeed.
Just for the chat. Oh yeah, don't press play, just leave it for the chat.
That is one of the Airbus Juno HT1 training helicopters that I'm sure will be very, very familiar to a lot of you who live locally stationed as they are at RAF Shawbury. replacement for the de Havilland Tiger Bomb biplane limited trainer for both the RAF and the Royal Canadian Air Force, this being a product of Chipmunk of de Havilland's Canadian arm, but it was also to be produced by de Havilland at its plants in Britain, at Hatfield in Hertfordshire, and at Harden, which we were talking about earlier, the birthplace of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flights, Lancaster, as well as there being production in Canada. It was designed by a Polish emigre, who was the chief engineer of de Havilland Canada, and Francis
Red 10.
was the director of de Havilland here in the UK.
Possibly Circus 10 as well.
If you can make a good trainer, I will sell it. And didn't he make good that promise? Around 1,280 of these aeroplanes ended up being built, most of them in the UK, but just over 215 of them in Canada, and 66 by OGMA, the Portuguese state aircraft factory. It was important that this aircraft be developed as cost effectively as possible because it first flew in 1946 in Toronto. Most governments at that time that were potential Chipmunk buyers to replace Tiger Moths and the like didn't have much money. We certainly didn't, to buy new trainers. There were lots of surplus trainers still available left over from wartime. Lots of countries were effectively bankrupt after so many years of global hostilities. But nonetheless, this aircraft, this monoplane, as opposed to a biplane, found a very important market worldwide. And it was such a big advance over the Tiger Moth as well, because it had things like flaps, and brakes, and a radio, and an enclosed cockpit, especially today. Well, it looks, much to my pleasure, as if they've actually got quite a lot of altitude. And this is really going to be a display as much as anything of excellent energy management. 145 horsepower from one of the great British aero engines, the de Havilland Gypsy Major 8. And you can see them converting that height into energy for their initial manoeuvre. Pulling up into a very close formation loop. It's quite a while actually since I've seen a formation aerobatic Chipmunk display. Solo arrows, yes, but not in formation.
I think the last I remember were the Caledonian Chipmunks about 10-15 years ago.
Based up at Scotland, yes.
We had them display at Lucas a few times.
Yes, I've seen the likes of John Romain and Lee Proudfoot perform formation arrows in Chipmunks at Duxford, but this, as I say, a new departure for the vintage pair this year. An initial 3 loops. Turning tightly as they come up to the right-hand end of the display line, and of course maintaining close formation and in low-powered aircraft like this, very challenging.
You can't just open the throttle and suddenly accelerate or hit the brakes and suddenly slow down. You've got to, in aviation we often talk about being ahead of the jet. We've certainly got to be ahead of the Gypsy here. If you think about what you need to do now, it's far, far too late.
A beautiful line of stern barrel roll there, so named because they're basically describing the inside outline of an imaginary barrel positioned on the side in the sky. The first Chipmunks were delivered to the RAF 75 years ago this year to the Oxford University Air Squadron at Kidlington.
Beautiful.
And this type is still on RAF charge because the Battle of Britain Memorial flies at RAF Coningsby has 2 of these aircraft for tail dragger conversion and refresher purposes.
In fact, there are Chipmunks on the strength of all three of the historic flights, the military historic flights in Britain. Those two now are the only ones still on the military register because the Royal Navy Historic Flight is no more. Navy Wings Heritage Flight, they're represented here. They still have a Chipmunk, and we've got the historic Army Aircraft Flight Chipmunk. It used to be the Army Air Corps Historic Aircraft Flight when it was in military hands. Here is the static display. And even in its primary role, certainly with the University Air Squadrons and Air Experience flights, sustaining service to the end of the 1990s. I mean, that's an incredible record. Yeah, 1996 was when the final ones were retired by the AES, at that stage in favour of the Scottish Aviation Bulldog, which also replaced them with the University Air Squadrons. And then, of course, now we have the Grand Tutor in this role. And they were still in service with the Army Air Corps until 1997 with their basic fixed-wing flight at Little Wallop. But we mustn't forget the other roles Chipmunks played in RAF service. One of the most famous was clandestine photographic reconnaissance with the RAF Gatow station flight in what was then West Berlin. The Allies had the right to fly around the Berlin control zone, and they used the opportunity for reconnaissance with various helicopters, but also light aeroplanes like a fleet of Chipmunks. And one of the last Gatow station flight Chipmunks is one of the two with the Battle of Britain Memorial flight today. In towards us for a lovely crossing break. And nice to see two colour schemes represented here, Andy. The earlier silver with the yellow training bands, and the later red-white.
Indeed, the red and white for me is the sort of real characteristic colour scheme for this aircraft.
This is the one I grew up seeing Chipmunks in, flying from RAF Cosford in Norfolk, flying Air Cadets during the summer.
We used to call it support command colours.
Support command, absolutely. The Chipmunk was always a super display aeroplane as they come in for a crossover. The Havilland test pilot Pat Filligan used to put on fantastic aerobatic displays of Chipmunks at Farnborough back in the 1950s, and there were later several display teams of them in the British military, the Blue Chips and the Skylarks in the RAF, and later my favourite was the Grey Owls of the Army Air Corps, so named because of the age of the pilots, who included some incredibly distinguished test pilots carrying on flying and performing basic flying grading for the Army.
As was of course done on the Air Experience flights, which this aircraft was a stalwart, obviously, where so many retired air officers would see out their careers instructing, taking cadets for their first experience. You sit next to Flying Officer Smith and you realise, no, it's Air Vice Marshal.
Yeah. Still used by the BBMF, the Chipmunk, also represented by the one leading this pair here, still used by all sorts of civilian operations for much the same purpose as it has ever been used, providing elementary tailwheel training. And we've said this often about a few aircraft in today's show, but have you ever heard anyone say much of a bad word about the Chipmunk's handling?
Absolutely not, absolutely not. Certainly one of those aircraft that just has enough about it to not let you get lured into a false sense of security, which is just what you want in a training aircraft.
Another very fine break right on the display datum. Yeah, that's the key thing, and that's something we'll come on to with the Harvard later. That is a terrible old cliche, I know, but easy to fly, difficult to fly well and accurately, but it is true.
Very true.
One of the Shuttleworth collection pilots, Richard Crockett, wrote that flying a Chipmunk is quite simply one of the most fantastic aviation experiences you can have, and quite a lot of people have compared it to being a mini Spitfire almost in some respects. One of the things I'm finding really impressive about this display, quite a lot of brakes, immediate and very snappy rejoins. It's not just very well flown, it's been very well put together. There's a lot of, excuse me, a lot of thought. Yeah. The RAF Light aircraft in this pair was built at the Cavalry class at Harden in Chester, served with the sorts of units until its retirement in the second half of the 1990s. And there's a really good illustration in this aircraft of the sort of progression a pilot can undertake on an aeroplane such as this, because when it was retired from the RAF, it was bought by the Higgins family, and John Higgins, the number 2 in this team, who we've seen displayed at Cosford individually and in this pair several times, was at one stage the youngest holder in the UK of a display authorization from the Civil Aviation Authority. He was aged just 20 when he got his first DA. He's now got several hundred hours on Chipmunks and must be one of the most seasoned Chipmunk display pilots in the country. You'll see they're staying in close formation now as their sequence comes to an end, and I expect we're going to see a very nice close formation landing, and if it's anything like the landings I've seen them do as a pair at other events, it could well be a rather nice side-slipped formation landing. It's certainly a very tight approach. I mentioned the Mustang making a curved fighter approach. There's good reason for that aircraft with the lack of forward view. I think the vintage pair are doing it because they can.
Oh, look at this. Whoa! What a delicious landing. That was brilliant. What a lovely landing.
Well, I thought that was an absolutely splendid display by the vintage pair. David Petters in the lead, John Higgins, the number 2, with their pair of de Havilland Canada Chipmunk T10s.
David Petters has flown 10 in the T6 Harvard Wacky Wappet. That was brilliant, absolutely.
So again, we just have a couple of moments. We're going to move a few aircraft as soon as the Chipmunks are vacated. We have the Dutch Spitfire to get airborne. And we have the Beech 18. That's a nice 2 takeoffs there together. That's going to look very, very nice. And then we'll follow that up with the next display item at around about 10:02, which will be the mighty Royal Air Force F-35B.
Yes, I can see the Dutch Spitfire on the runway, and as Andy said, this is going to be followed on by the Royal Netherlands Air Force Historic Flight Beech 18, which is the support aircraft for the Spitfire. I have not seen this aircraft in the UK with the historic flight before, but I know it did come to Britain in its former ownership with the Dutch Dakota Association back in 1988. I don't think it's been over since then, so this is a real rarity. It's not displaying, it's heading back to the Netherlands via a stop at Western near Silverstone, before then proceeding on with the Spitfire to the historic flight base at Hills Orion. But we will of course see the Spitfire back with us for a solo.
I really need a wee.
We'd like to thank our sponsors and supporters here at the RAF Cosford Air Display this year, and we'd particularly like to thank our main sponsors today, Lockheed Martin. But thanks, as I say, to our other supporters, BAE, RTX, Leonardo, Rolls-Royce, Canon, University of Wolverhampton, Babcock, Shepherdine, Stratstone Jaguar, Winham. Who've been providing hospitality and general assistance throughout the show. They've really done a great job, so thank you to them. The Beech 18 cleared for takeoff as well. A very useful twin radial engine, light transport, particularly of the Second World War years, used by the RAF, notably with Southeast Asia Command, but also elsewhere, as the expediter. Rather similar in some ways, I suppose you could say, to our own Avro Anson and the Beech 18, or the C-45 as it was known to the US Army Air Forces. Useful in all sorts of crew training roles. There was, for example, a dedicated bombing trainer, the AT-11 Kansan, of which there's one airworthy in Germany. Here's the Royal Netherlands Air Force historic flight example of the Beech 18 on takeoff. So now we are looking ahead to the next item, which will be the mighty F-35B. Not a full display, I hasten to add. This will be a break into the circuit, into the hover, and then a departure. It will still be very spectacular. Above all, it will be very, very loud. This is the B version, the short takeoff, vertical landing, oval variant, capable of operating from both large and most particularly small aircraft carriers. This is all down to the amazing hovering system that's built into the B version. The principal piece of hardware that enables that is the lift fan, 50-inch diameter horizontal fan that's in position behind the pilot, towards the front of the aircraft, covered with a large hinged door in usual flight.
You'd think it would be from over there, but
that is then opened during the hovering. That is then connected to the main engine through a drive shaft. And then towards the rear of the aircraft is a 3-bearing swivel module which can direct the exhaust from the engine in various positions, especially downwards.
So F-35B from RAF Marlin.
The aircraft stable are things called roll posts. These are 2 ducts that take the thrust from the engine and direct it downwards from each wing. So you basically have different columns of thrust on this aircraft. You have one at the front, one at the back, one to the left and one to the right. This is the combination of thrust from those 4 sources that enables this aircraft to both perform the stow roll but also to come fully into the hopper.
Are you doing alright? Yeah. Well, Tom of the Reds here, 4.
We should say, of course, Andy, that the reason it's not been possible to put on a full F-35B roll demo like what we had last year is because of current operations, isn't it? It is indeed. The aircraft are very heavily employed at the moment on operations, but both at home but primarily overseas, especially on, of course, the Queen Elizabeth class of carriers.
Oh no, it's the Spitfire. That's a Spitfire.
We'll be looking out to the left for the initial run-in of this representative of the tip of the UK's air power sphere as things stand alongside the Eurofighter Typhoon we saw earlier. A very privileged appearance indeed here at the 2025 RAF Cosford Air Show for the Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nick Ross, I'm the cameraman and commentator. And of course, we're joined by our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, who's been on and off the show. Air shows are a little bit busier than our regular shows that we do 4 to 5 days a week in, week out, at various bases and places. And come and join us and support us, UK's #1 military aviation streaming channel. Oh, here we go, here we go. Hit the like and, of course, subscribe. F-135 PW600 variant is almost double the size of the PW100 version, which is applied in the F-35A and the C. This is all to the Rolls-Royce lift system, the lift fan, the fan itself, almost like a helicopter module in there, or an inverted engine that you can see, the fan there. The two openings are just behind the lift fan, which the lift fan is a 50-inch diameter hollow blade system, has got the auxiliary air intake just behind that for FOD and power and sucking in extra. But it acts like an air intake. And just underneath the lift fan, of course, is thrust that can be manoeuvred with its grills. Manoeuvrable grills there to move the aircraft forward and back. You've got the Rolls-Royce shaft that connects 29,000 horsepower, shaft horsepower, to the lift system. You've got the roll posts which can manoeuvre the aircraft, pitch it left and right, and of course a free-bearing swivel module at the back. Enjoy.
back to its home at RAF Mara main operating base for the UK's Lightning Force.
Indeed, and a big thank you to everyone at Mara for making that happen. And of course we hope in future years that we might be able to bring more traditional display, let's say, some more manoeuvres, but as we mentioned, the aircraft are very heavily engaged in operational duties at the moment. That's what they're there for, they are instruments of air power. We're just delighted for any glimpse we get.
Because this is much more than just a combat aircraft. The modern phrase combat air system sums up the F-35 and future platforms indeed very, very well.
Use the phrase carefree handling when talking about the Typhoon. That is so important because these are instruments of air power. The fact that they are airborne is part of the story, but flying it is not the mission. The mission is what the aircraft actually does when it gets there and whilst it's there. So the carefree handling and all the various sensors and the way they fuse and all work together is so crucial to the overall mission.
And a great deal of interoperability possible across different nations operating the F-35 in its three different versions, the conventional F-35A, the Stovall F-35B that we've just seen, and the F-35C carrier variant. In excess of 1,170 F-35s now make up the global fleet.
Oh! On the end date, that way. We're doing it now. Oh!
So again, we have a very special, be it a little bit short, display item for you. This is well, I think we're very fortunate to have this here today. This is from the Royal Netherlands Air Force, a flypast by the Airbus A330, known as the multi-role tanker transport. Very similar to the RAF Voyager, both the transport aircraft and the air-to-air refueling aircraft.
Yes, and while it is stationed at the Royal Netherlands Air Force Base at Eindhoven in the Netherlands, it comes to us from the multi-role tanker transport capability MRTT, which is a NATO organisation used by a consortium of NATO nations to provide air-to-air refueling services.
Hope you're all good, and I hope you're all enjoying the show with the Coningsby channel live here at RAF Cosford Air Show. We are the official live streaming broadcasting channel, and a big thank you to all the organisers and the media crew and the media teams that have allowed us to have the opportunity once more to bring you live military aviation. And this year we're at RAF Cosford.
Is the third of those initiatives. They can also transport, as the multi-role tanker transport name suggests, of course, personnel and cargo. They perform medical evacuation missions too, and they were used for that purpose during the COVID-19 pandemic. The program was officially launched by Luxembourg and the Netherlands in 2016. Other countries joined in afterwards, Germany and Norway in 2017, Belgium the following year, and then the Czech Republic
just wait until the red arrows come. Huh? It was awesome, it's always good to see that.
And the fleet is building up all the time. Eventually there'll be 10 of these aircraft in NATO service. All of them in the markings of the Royal Netherlands Air Force and with Dutch serial numbers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to the red arrows. Do you know what? Sometimes
and in terms of the fuel, this
sort of light is actually really good, so I'm looking forward to that.
111 tonnes. Now, during the rain yesterday, I got my calculator out and just tried to turn that into something a bit more meaningful. That's 27,000 gallons, enough to refuel 2,300 VW vehicles. I purposely picked on the vehicle, but of course, other vehicles are available.
owned by NATO itself, managed by the NATO Support and Procurement Agency. It has staff at various facilities in the different participating countries. And the aircraft today is on an operational mission, but sometimes things work in your favour. They were very keen to do a fly past for us today. Crew, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Dickerhoff, Major Benedict von Aschrad.
There it is. Oh, look at this. Got the boomstick out, nice.
And this is going to be the first time that one of these NATO A330s has ever participated in a British flying display. Operating under the appropriate call sign Multi-70. One thing that's interesting about these aircraft, they can be equipped with both of the standard air-to-air refuelling systems, namely probe and drogue and the flying boom system, enabling maximum operational flexibility.
It's an aeroplane!
And there it is, for this very rare appearance out to our left, the NATO multinational multi-role tanker unit, Airbus A330. When the Super Green Spitfire 9 with serial Mike Kilo 732 was in service with number 485 Squadron of the Royal New Zealand Air Force. On the 6th of June, D-Day itself, it was being flown by Pilot Officer Herb Patterson. And on that momentous day, it achieved a half share of a kill of a Luftwaffe Junkers U-88 over Omaha Beach. The other half of the kill was claimed by another Spitfire, today still famous, one now converted as a two-seater, Mike Lima 407. 2 days later, the 8th of June, Mike Kilo 732 shot down a Focke-Wulf FW-119 fighter. It was damaged on the 11th of July, but it returned to number 485 Squadron, which by now was moving between different advanced landing grounds
as the Allies advanced. This aeroplane, a true combat veteran, a truly notable survivor, it flies on with the Royal Netherlands Air Force historic flight in the markings of the post-war Royal Netherlands Air Force, specifically those of number 322 Squadron. And today, we're delighted to bring this aeroplane back to a British air show for the first time since 2013.
Okay, lovely. Here we go. And TE311 does have the 3W markings of 322 Squadron, along with the memorial to our late squadron leader Mark Long. Okay, here we go. Royal Netherlands Air Force Spitfire.
Very appropriately, on its flight here to Cosford, which took place on the 6th of June, 81 years to the day, since the start of the Allied liberation of Europe. This aircraft, en route here from its base at Hills Orion, overflew the D-Day beaches as a special salute. And if you look left, you can see running in now the Super Marine Spitfire LF9.
manoeuvre from the Royal Netherlands Air Force historic flight, the Spitfire.
Survivor, not just because of all of those combat operations it undertook towards the end of World War II, but also from what happened after it, because it was used as an airfield decoy for a time at Eindhoven. And then number 14 Squadron of the RAF, quote, liberated it. If you heard Juice's interview with Jonathan that we put out before the show, other terms are available for what happened to the aircraft, but they liberated it and took it to their base at Oldenburg.
Yeah, just some water before you get ideas.
And it ends up coming back in an RAF short Belfast to Prize Norton in 1969. All sorts of moves in the UK. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight used that airframe for spares usage for a time, but then in 1984 it went back to the Netherlands, and Pete Kinsey, the famous British warbird pilot, flew it again in 1993, and the Dutch government then took whole ownership of the aircraft the following year, and it is splendid. Another Spitfire colour scheme to enjoy.
And such an elegant, balanced display as well. The symmetry, you know, the two half cubans in opposite directions, everything, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, really nice, powerful showing, and as I say, the Spit heading off first to Western and then back to base. A very rare participant in this year's Cosford Air Show. We should mention also the fact that the Royal Netherlands Air Force has one of its NH-90 naval frigate helicopters here in the static display, so thanks to them. Well, we've now got a 10-minute interlude before our next item. We're running slightly ahead of schedule, sticking with the international theme. That'll be the Polish Air Force F-16C Fighting Falcon from their Tiger demo team. 10 minutes to go until that joins us. So in the meantime, let me just bring up to date with what you can expect over the next hour and a half. 10 minutes till the Polish F-16, and then we'll follow that up with some fast and very furious aerobatics by Melanie in the extra 330 as we head towards 3 o'clock. 5-2, we'll go back again in time to that classic training aircraft Harvard, and then 10 past 3, the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. And after the Red Arrows, around about 20 to 4, sticking with the Royal Air Force, we have the second contribution from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, this time with a pair of fighters. So that's what we have planned for you over the next hour or so. As mentioned, we do just have a few moments. We are unusually running ahead of schedule, doesn't happen very often, but it's good to allow things to breathe a bit. Well, it might be a good time to remind you that there are more than 70 retail traders here today, so plenty of opportunity to buy some gifts, enjoy some refreshments. I know the retail area is very busy, so retailers today at the Cosford Air Show. We also have air show merchandise for sale at a special Cosford Air Show store, which is just behind the Victory Village. So if you want to get Cosford Air Show gear, just head to behind the Victory Village and you can pick up some merchandise.
How are we doing, ladies,
And if
gents,
you're
and
feeling
teddy bears?
then I can
Actually, I'm going to go and get my
end of show
my hair. Is it all right? Do I need a baseball hat?
at the Victory Village. So if you don't want to rush away, perhaps let the traffic die down a little bit. And it's not to say that all the nostalgia areas, the fairgrounds, stalls.
How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Finally, I make an appearance. That's the thing with air shows. My name's Nikos with some funky hair going on. I like that.
No hurry to get home. We only have this once a year to enjoy.
How we doing? Hope we're all good. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and I hope you've been enjoying the air show so far. So we've got probably got about 5 minutes interlude now before the F-16 comes, and it won't be long for the Red Arrows as well, which, oh yes, looking forward to that as well. well. And a big thank you to the organisers and the media team for giving us another year of opportunity to bring you live military, aviation and lovely air show from the Royal Air Force's very own air show, the Royal Air Force Cosford Air Show 2025. Absolutely amazing, and I hope you've all enjoyed it. We're just going to have a little quick look at the chat room, see how it's all going. Hope we're all good. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. He does have some flying hours.
And a Grog Tutor as well.
Oh yes.
And we should thank our sponsors today, the supporters, especially our main sponsor, Lockheed Martin. Thank you to Lockheed Martin. And to BAE, RTX, Leonardo, Rolls-Royce, Canon, University of Wolverhampton.
And of course you can donate to our Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund by voting for your favourite display today. And Jax Cunningham, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Dash 527. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Bob Phillips as well. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Christopher Luke Preston, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Dave Holding as well, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Alan Cleaver, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Post Officers. Mauric Evans, thank you for joining us as well. Callum Middleton, thank you as well.
Make sure you head to the STEM hangar.
Christopher Carr, welcome back to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Lee Ellis, Posh Officer, DJ Sonic Sense. Look at all these new members: Curlew Farm, Sonic K, Debbie Solcombe, Mark Bowman, Wayne Moy, Keith Trenchard as well. Welcome, Keith. And an honour to have Keith Trenchard, a lineage to the very man himself, the founder of the Royal Air Force, Sir Hugh Trenchard, Michael Blackmore, Mark Garwood, Matthias Coleman, Infinity L92 Sports, Tezza, Rachel Webb, Casey, Paris Timmins, Wendy Game, Lisa Woodley, Melody R, loads of you, Cranky Vet, Karen Howard, Dave Tipper aka Grunt, Sue Smith, Mike Bike 66, Steve Oliver. Welcome all to the squadron. Thank you. Now, Ted, do you want your Royal Air Force ensign, mate? There you go. Thank you. And Dirk S, thank you. 11 months membership. Steve Miller as well, 29 month membership. Awesome filming. Katie Hyde, thank you very much as well. Thank you all so much for the support. It's been incredible. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March, David Duff as well. Oi oi David and Kay. Babsar, high five, welcome. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Siobhan Hobson Ward, 21 months membership. Oi oi, love this channel. The F-16 isn't far away. Gary Mathers with 20 months membership. Oi oi, morning Ted and Nikos and everyone in TCS. I'm looking forward to the stream as I used to go to Cosford Air Show but moved back to Scotland. Can't go anymore. Shropshire Walker, wow, 31 months membership. Hi everyone, long time no see. Hope everyone is good. Looking forward to it. Living the dream, thank you for your super. Here at Cosford today and can't wait for the displays. Have a great day all and hoping the weather is on our side. Keep living the dream. Oh yeah. Thank you very much. Sonic Sense as well, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Wee Stevie Boy, who doesn't love Ted Coningsby? The amazing chat, the fabulous members.
Just a reminder
own this Nikos. Hello and welcome to any new viewers as well. We'll have a blast. David Wolfman Wells, thank you. Please like and subscribe. Who's a Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron member. All of free helps to bring this action to you, says Wolfman. Thank you.
Flying of any kind of remote control device.
Not far now. Triple Nick, how you doing? 27 months membership. Good morning all. Another month as a posh officer with the greatest aviation channel there is. Looking forward to the next 27. Karen Perkins, member for 13 months. Oh yeah, oh, we love this channel. We Stevie Boy, 10 months already. Can't help myself, I'm addicted. Righty72, 27 months. Bring back the Jaguar. Muzz, make those.
Have you also RAF Cosford Air Show brochures?
Jane Smiths, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Margot, thank you for the super chat. Guards March.
Fantastic
Rob Kennard, high five, welcome. And thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. We Stevie Boy, thank you. Bob Rules and Spanners. Lynn Gibbs, welcome as well. Terry Stapley with 10 months membership. As a former Vulcan driver, I certainly miss seeing and hearing him fly. Kent Nissan, welcome as well. Matthew Hayes, thanks for the super chat. Hope you get over 100k followers today, mate. You deserve it.
Now it's just about time for the next display item, and to tell you all about it, I'm going to, well, it's a great pleasure to introduce the
It's F-16 time.
Lieutenant Saint.
It's F-16 time. Rack 'em. Here we go. Oh yeah. Okay, get ready.
Just go in the bubble now.
And here is Lieutenant Saint.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, Cosworth. On behalf of F-16 Tiger Demo Team of Polish Air Force, we are honored to welcome you to dynamic display of the F-16 Fighting Falcon.
Oh yeah.
Flying today, your demo pilot, Major Maciej Krakowian, with over 1,500 flight hours on fast jets and one mission to bring the raw over the Viper to the UK skies. The aircraft you're about to see is F-16 Block 52 powered with PW229 engine, delivering over 29,000 pounds of thrust, nearly 60,000 horsepower. And yes, it can go supersonic. However, we'll keep your car's windows safe today. Buckle up, Cosworth.
Yeah, won't be going supersonic. We'll have shattered and lost berets and everything. I've got a feeling this is going to be good. Here we go.
We begin with classic airshow maneuver, the half Cuban 8, a reversing climbing turn that sets the tempo for the whole display.
Okay.
This next class is dedicated to all service members, their families, and the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. To all who serve, this one is for you.
Yeah,
say goodbye with gratitude, power, and drive. We invite you to visit our promo tent for posters, aviation gear, and photographs. And if you've taken any photos or videos today, tag us. We're on Instagram and Facebook at F-16 Tiger Demo in Poland. Follow us and share your best shots with the Tiger community. Tiger, Tiger, Tiger.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how about that?
Wow.
Grateful thanks.
Beautiful. Hey, what do you reckon of that?
Polish Air Force F-16 Tiger demonstration team.
Hi. You can do.
Absolute pleasure it was to see that F-16 display. It's been a couple of years since we've been blessed with an F-16 at Cosford.
Oh, cool.
The conformal fuel tank, that's a very distinctive format aircraft.
Oh, nice.
So just looking ahead to the next hour, next display item already on frequency taxing will be some aerobatics, extra 330. We'll then follow that with Harvard, and that will take us through to the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows.
Oh, can't wait for that. It's going to be good.
Then follow up with the second appearance today by the Battle of Brick Memorial Flight, this time with a pair of fighters. And as we head towards 4 o'clock, we'll introduce two, well, I like to call them classic jets. They certainly justify that term in every sense of the word, two Strikemasters. Then we are about 4:15 with a team delighted to welcome back to Cosford from the Swiss Air Force, the P-51D.
Hi, how you going? All right?
Then, as we head on towards 5 o'clock, towards the last couple of items, we'll hand over to the Navy for the Swordfish and also the two Black Cats.
Yeah.
Most of the show, the Royal Air Force Chinook roll demonstration.
Woo. Well, thank you, ladies and teddy bears, for tuning in today. It's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to bring you Cosford Air Show live to the 10th Coningsby crew and all our new viewers now. So thank you so much, everyone. It's been an absolute blast. We've had quite a bit of rain actually today, but you know, we kept going. But if you enjoy this, we do this 4 to 5 days a week. Next week will be a short week. We won't be streaming tomorrow. We'll have a little break, a little rest. It's been incredible.
Some really good quality unlimited aerobatics on the Cosford programme, and we are delighted to have with us today from France a pilot we've never had displaying at this air show before. She's one of the most successful female competition aerobatic pilots in the world, but she's also one of the top exponents of unlimited aerobatic display flying as well. In fact, she's a Franco-British pilot born in Rugby in 1982. She moved to the south of France with her family when she was just 3 years old, and as a result she holds both French and British nationalities. Her aircraft is French registered, but it's the very famous German-built Extra EA330 SC, named after the creator of the Extra family of aerobatic monoplanes, Walter Extra. Aircraft we saw demonstrated to great effect here last year in the hands of the French national aerobatic team, the Équipe de Voltige de l'Armée de l'Air et de l'Espace. But today we see a civilian version, a very smart one indeed. And here she is, getting airborne Melanie Haspels with the Extra EA330.
Here she goes. Look at this.
And straight on to the knife edge with smoke on as she starts her display. Negative G pushover there in a sequence that's a very high octane combination of classic aerobatic figures and manoeuvres from a typical freestyle competition aerobatic program. Melanie discovered aerobatics in 2006. Just a year later she won her first title, the French Sportsman Level Championship. There are various different levels of aerobatic competition flying, and that was the beginning of her career, which has seen multiple French national titles and international ones as well. She was an Airbus A320 pilot for her national airline Air France, but she decided to leave to focus on aerobatics, and also her company Airmail, which specialises in communications, sponsorship and aircraft sales and rentals. She also represents various other organisations through her aerobatic flying. She was the best placed woman pilot in the 2023 Advanced Level World Championships, and then last year she won the British International Open Aerobatic Championship, becoming British National Champion and the first British, or in her case Franco-British woman, to stand on a mixed international podium with an FAI medal. That's the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale, governing body for sport aviation, including aerobatics. Rolling in the vertical, then a few turns of a spin, one hesitation roll showing us the very crisp handling of the Extra, as Melanie then pulls vertical once again into a half loop with a series of flip edge tumbles at the top. often referred to as a roulade. Pulling vertical once again with a hesitation roll on the way up. The speed once again bleeds off. And here she descends into a knife edge spin. One and a quarter rolls there, heading towards you. Descending slightly, a turn through 180. Display line. Multiple further rolls and then a hard 90-degree negative G turn. Heading into a vertical climb, which I expect to terminate in a negative flick eventually. Exiting inverted, again very, very uncomfortable for her. Continuing into and through the vertical.
Oh, that's nasty.
And complete outside loop described there before heading back away from us. Pushing up, remaining inverted. Ouch, that looks very uncomfortable indeed. A flick roll at the apex. A 4-point hesitation roll, an upward 45-degree line, followed by a tumble, and now that excellent power-to-weight ratio comes into its own as Melanie brings the extra 330 into effectively a hover, very nose high. Isn't it easy to see why she's won all of these titles at competition level, but also gained such a reputation on the international aerobatic display circuit as well. A lot of use of negative G in this display, as in this descending outside turn. Surfaces of the extra as she passes by.
Good, that colour scheme.
Excellent view of Melanie in her cockpit. Do show your appreciation as she goes from knife edge one way to knife edge the other. Quite apart from being an ambassador for aerobatics, Melanie also also represents an organisation called Innovate, the aim of which is to encourage more young women to get into aviation as a career or indeed as a hobby. And she's doing so very well indeed around the International Air Show circuit with several appearances at British displays this year, having given her first British Air Show performance last year at Sywell, and great to see her spreading her wings further on the circuit. Climbing to regain some height, putting the smoke back on, powering up and diving back in towards the display line. This on what we call the B-axis at 90 degrees on to the main A-axis along the runway, pulling up, really showing us the power of the extra with multiple vertical rolls, transitioning into an upward tumble and then a spin turn at the top and descending back down towards the display line. Amongst so many other accolades, Melanie in 2016 became the first woman to compete in the very famous Red Bull Air Race World Series with multiple podium finishes to her name and a victory at Indianapolis, no less, at the famous Indy Motor Speedway in 2017. This aircraft very much at the cutting edge of a modern, unlimited aerobatic art.
Oh, look at the way it flicks the back.
Extended, rolling tail slide. Coming towards the end of an absolutely exceptional display of individual aerobatics here. Hesitation there on the diving 45 onto the axis again, pulling up. A series of rolls and then a brief push into negative G and again hanging it on the prop.
That is literally hovering. That is absolutely hovering.
Back in, you can see now at slower speed to come back past you, and another very impressive knife edge pass. Again, to show you the upper surfaces of your chance to give her away to the fifth of the ground line after 5. A further vertical roll.
Goodness me, I'm actually dizzy. Oh, holy salmon gills! Look at this. Will this be your favourite display of Cosford Air Show?
This is such a varied display of different figures, but interspersed with these nice low, close passes. To finish her display. Well, what about that?
Whoa, I mean, you are not going to land like that, are you?
Well, not quite finishing her display. A further series of wing rocks, a further flick roll, and that does now complete her display. She's just told air traffic.
How do you
Absolutely
remember that?
I must say, I've never seen Melanie perform before today.
I've not seen that before.
And I am suitably impressed.
Salmon at its finest. That was delicious. that was pretty.
Just when you think you've seen everything, an extra Melanie comes along and rewrites the book.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll
that
have to
was
see Melanie
really,
versus
really good.
Pit Special, innit? Richard, you have be interested. That'll be, right, what's this? Oh, we may have some pyrotechnics. Some explosions.
So Melanie will be landing back with us. I think she's just taking a nice gentle circuit, let her eyeballs stop spinning.
Well, that was very adrenaline.
Wash off, because it's been moving in every direction. Landing is one of those things where you do often just have to take that moment just to let everything calm down, get back into that straight zone, if you like, after those amazing tumbles at the speed and everything. It's just good to let everything settle down. We have time in the programme just
Why not?
to finish the
Absolutely. Well said,
display
by the way, to the
in
commentators.
safe
Just a big shout out to the commentators today. They've been fantastic.
Up to a parking spot. I think it's
Really, really good.
the crowd line, so ample opportunity for those.
It's given me a break as well, actually. I feel like
how much you enjoyed
a bit of a
that
break
display.
today.
And a tremendous ambassador, as I was saying, for women in aviation. Something we all absolutely, wholeheartedly support.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Don't forget we are, I believe, running the world's only, I think, or at least the only one I know, a civilian-based voting system for your favourite display, the Ted Coningsby Display Awards. You can vote for your favourite display and your second. It works on a point system, and we understand that it can be quite difficult to vote for your favourite, so we've allowed a second option. It is a drop down, but if your aircraft isn't there, you can just type it in. Here she comes now, and once you vote, you can help donate to our charity
as I say, Melanie
today.
now coming into land, and you'll have your chance to meet her at 4 o'clock. She's going to be doing a signing, Andy, down by the catwalk area.
Oh. I'll have to send Claire out there to get an autograph, I think.
Well, that's a lovely thing to do, because meet the pilots is such an important thing. It's often quite difficult for operational
It's a
reasons.
beautiful aircraft, isn't it?
In that,
fantastic.
generally for safety reasons, we don't like pilots being interviewed or meeting the public before they've flown, because they need to keep their self in the zone for the job ahead. And then afterwards, by the time you've locked and chocked the aircraft and done all the sort of shutting down things, and had a very cold drink, I would hope, after that kind of display, it does sometimes take a little bit of time and a little bit of organising. So it's great that Melanie is going to be available for a chat, signing a photo.
Yeah, 4 o'clock, the time for that. And if you're not sure where that is, come to the information point in front of us here, adjacent to the control tower, the yellow and white striped marquee. But please do, as she taxis by, give it up for Melanie Askell with the extra EA330. So now if you look to your left-hand side, the next display item is already rolling, just getting airborne. This is the P-51D Mustang. In the UK, we knew the aircraft as a Harvard. This aircraft just getting airborne now will be the next display item. First thing to mention is that very distinctive sound. Radial engines. Cylinders are arranged in a circular fashion around the crankshaft, and it does create, at certain times in the flight, that very nice
These
growl.
extra 300 by Melanie.
So this aircraft, T6 Texan, single-engined advanced trainer aircraft that was used to train fighter pilots of the United States Army Air Forces, the United States Navy, our own Royal Air Force, and many other air forces of the British Commonwealth during World War II. Officially known as the Texan, as I mentioned, we often knew it as the Harvard.
How are we all doing? Thanks
Now,
everyone.
we were talking earlier, and
tuning in
about
today.
Chipmunk being a very long-serving aeroplane, and the same goes for this, because it entered RAF service in 1931. Back then it used external carriage guys, rather than with the retractable gear that most Harvards have. The last one on military charge in the UK wasn't phased out until 2016. That was used on trial support work by Kinetic at Boscombe Down. And it's now that one in service with Rolls-Royce with their heritage flight. But this one depicts one of the really important aspects of modern Harvard operation, namely
secondly, use on public flight experiences and for tail dragger training purposes, because if you're going to fly something like a Hurricane or a Spitfire or a Mustang, you really have to pass through the Harvard stage, just as the people who flew those aircraft in wartime did. There is no better trainer to move on to those airplanes than, you say, as we call it, the Harvard, that's the British Commonwealth name, the T6 or AT6 Texan to the US Army Air Forces, the SNJ to the US Navy, and so on.
And like so many successful aircraft, in many ways its birth was a little bit difficult. The design was entered into a competition.
We've got the red arrows very shortly. Red soon, yeah?
For the United States. At a time when many air forces were looking to expand, so that was quite a fierce competition. Many aircraft designs flew once or twice and completely sank without any trace. Not so for this particular one. Quickly won a contract. It did impress the United States Army Air Force, but they weren't happy with a number of things. The cockpit was originally an open cockpit, the undercarriage fixed, and with the aircraft powered by a radial engine rated 400 horsepower.
Come and get some photos.
Well, the United States Army Air Corps wanted all those three things.
Sign anything you wish.
So that's what they did. They closed the cockpit,
here we go,
undercarriage, and replaced the engine with a Pratt & Whitney Wasp rated at 600 horsepower. And that was the secret of success, because by 1945, over 17,000 had been built.
Not just by North American, the original manufacturer, but by companies like Canadian Car Foundry, and in this case, another Canadian manufacturer, Norday. And this is a Harvard 2B model, which is today operated by Hurricane Heritage and the West London Aero Club and White Walford in Berkshire. And this aircraft only really typifies what I was saying about how useful a Harvard still is, and one reason why there are so many of them around, because this dates from 1952, this aircraft. The older Harvard still around in airworthy condition, built in Montreal. It served in Ontario as part of the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan. Then went to the Swedish Air Force. For a long time it was a ground instructional airframe. It returned to flight again. So in 2016 it was his training on the Battle of Britain veteran Mark I Hurricane that he'd just bought. He set up an organisation called Hurricane Heritage to operate it. His dream, well, he said, if I'm not good enough to be able to do it, I won't mind, was to get to fly the Hurricane. He was a private pilot, but he didn't have tail dragger experience. He gradually went through that program, of which this aircraft was. And guess what? He's now displaying the Hurricane, flying it a great deal, flying it headquarters elsewhere. So much of that down to this aeroplane.
Today, during the 30s and 40s, when it matched gas between the elementary fighters of the day, making the Typhoon back then, and the frontline fighters, the Spitfires, the Hurricanes, the Mustangs. In today's terminology, the Royal Air Force, this is a hawk. It feels like it's the one that takes you from learning basic airmanship to frontline fighters.
And why did it do all of that so well? Well, it was such an excellent advanced trainer for all sorts of reasons. Pretty powerful with that 600 horsepower engine. Some of its handling characteristics similar to the fighters that you would move on to. Crucially, as we were saying about the Chipmunk, he could bite if a student wasn't careful. Not an aircraft to get low and slow in, according to one warbird pilot I spoke to. And there's the ground handling aspect of handling a powerful tail dragger. It needs to be flown accurately in terms of your speed in the circuit, and your footwork once you're on the ground on the rudder pedals has to be pretty dexterous to stop it ground looping.
And worth remembering, back in the late 1930s and early 40s, Spitfires, Hurricanes and Mustangs were all single-seaters. Today we have two-seaters. Back then they were all single-seaters.
to be in an instructional aircraft, a two-seater, just trying to give you that feeling. When you read some of the classic books, Jeffrey Wells especially, his description like the whole it's absolutely magical. Yeah, because not all Warbird pilots now go through the two-seat Warbird stage. Of course, James Brown, the owner of this aircraft, or the pilot of this aircraft now, is a case in point. He didn't fly a two-seat Hurricane before he started flying his Hurricane. So yeah, this is a classic production. The other thing was it could be armed with guns, practice bomb, rockets, rather than trainers, so it's very versatile as a trainer, using huge numbers by the Empire and later the British Commonwealth air training plans. The idea of those being training disrupted by and it was an enormous program. In Canada alone, more than 50,000 pilots passed through that plans facilities. They wasn't just pilots, it was members of sorts of multi-crew aircraft crews. 160,000 their training plan.
It's so often the way that advanced trainers are forced into a light. Very often, as you said, very much involved in combat. We used them in Kenya against the Mau Mau in the 1950s, France in the Algerian War, Portugal as well during the Portuguese colonial war. Could be armed with machine guns and also some fairly small sort of 20-25 pound bombs.
Yeah, and they were used as full air controllers in the Korean War, the role we were talking about to some extent with the Bird Dog earlier on by the US Air Force between 1950 and 53. Yes, there are several harbours on strength with the Royal Netherlands Air Force historically flying with Spitfire and Beach we saw earlier, and several of those, I think, were involved in that filming. Nearly 15,500 of these aeroplanes in all variants were built. It wasn't just with the British Armed Forces that they served for a very long time. The South African Air Force brought its first harbours into service in 1940. It retired the last in 1995. And they had 55 still on service for a farewell flight past to mark 55 years of use on retirement. Longer than we use them for as trainers for from everyday air force use. The final wings course, the course on which RAF pilots get their wings to pass out on the harbour, so as far back as 1955, but they sold on instead of costing down test work. So maybe site for a while advanced tail tracker trainer.
Operating on a tail-dragging aircraft is a very different experience. There's so many different forces that are at play. We keep talking about and kept on strength to teach people how to fly tail draggers because they are quite rare today, and it's a very difficult skill. by this aeroplane coming in for its final pass before departing, the Nordheim Harvard 2B. Heading back to its base at White Wolfham in Berkshire in the hands of Mike Collett. And Mike's someone else who's built up to flying heavy metal warbirds like the Hurricane and Spitfire, both of which he flies regularly via the Harvard. And this one is available for flight experiences and for training via both Hurricane Heritage and the West London Aero Club. Thanks very much to Mike. There are warbird pilots who will say that flying a really good aerobatic display sequence in a Harvard is, if anything, more challenging than doing so in something like a Spitfire. And that was a really good example there from Mike Collins.
Cheeky battery.
So just a few moments while the Harvard clears the aerospace, and then, well, it's that moment in the afternoon that you've all been looking for, because the next display item will be the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. After that, we have the return of the Battle of Brick Memorial flight, this time with 2 fighters. Follow that up with a pair of Strikemasters, which will include lots of pyrotechnic effects that we did hope to use with the 2 Apaches and the Wildcat, but as we mentioned earlier, we did lose, sadly. We have had a few losses, dropouts of the flying programme as late as, well, last night, due to various operational reasons, and sadly the 2 Apaches and the Wildcat will not be displaying for us this afternoon. The pyrotechnics that they will use with the Strikemaster pair. We then have the Swiss PC-17. As we head towards the end of the day, we look towards the Navy, the Swordfish, followed by the Black Cat, and closing the display, the Royal Air Force Chinook. Yes, it's often the way that we have a few dropouts from air show lineups, and such has been the case with this one. We did go through this before the programme. In case you missed it though, the Vampire T-11, the French Air Force Rafale, the Army Air Corps Apache pair and Wildcat rolled down, and the Great War display team, all of which we'd expected to see, unfortunately not able to join us for various reasons today. And there's a French Air Force extra on the programme, in your Cydia programme, which is not actually scheduled to be here anyway. So there have been a few changes, but we were able, of course, to bring in the Bird Dog as a late replacement, and the F-35
We're all good.
On the programme.
Red Arrows next.
Lots of really interesting content in the souvenir programme, all manner of subjects, including various anniversaries being marked this year, and which you can see represented in one way or another amongst the ground displays. The special
Red Arrows T1.
Also those
the T1A is what they use.
So much to see and do here for the rest of the afternoon, not just in the sky, but also on the ground.
There's our smoke.
Very useful map.
But there's a lot of commentary, bless them, so I won't do my usual, what's the Red Arrows T1A different to a standard Hawk T1. But we'll tell you in another Waddington Street perhaps. What do you reckon? There we go.
So now, without further ado, it is my absolute pleasure to hand you over to the man himself. Here is Red 10.
Looking forward to this.
Good afternoon, Royal Air Force Cosford. I am School Leader Grey Muscat. I'm Red 10, the team supervisor with Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrow.
Can't wait for this.
It's great to be back here at Royal Air Force Cosford to celebrate once again a phenomenal air show put on by the Royal Air Force. I have the honour of talking you through the display today. I'll give you some more information about the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, but more importantly, I'll get your eyes in the correct piece of sky so you do not miss a single second of the action. I'm just trying to establish comms with Red 1, make sure he has all the information he requires for the display. Of course, Red Arrows haven't celebrated and enjoyed our 60th assignment display season in 2024. We are back once again to continue to inspire the future through our 9 aerobatic display, our colourful flight path and our ground
engaging event. But of course, the Red Arrows, one of our roles is to represent the Royal Air Force and its whole force personnel, who are still as busy today as it's always been, building the operational mindset we need for the threats that we face, enhancing our resilience, our readiness, and our provide our nation and to protect our nation and prosper. The Royal Air Force is absolutely capable, always ready to fly and fight now and in the future globally and alongside our NATO allied partners.
Red Arrows, Lady Sheds and Teddy Bears, get ready.
I've just checked in with the Red One, and they'll make sure they get their aircraft ready for display. They'll prime their squadrons and get themselves ready to come into display. And of course, there are 3 types of display that we can fly. It's either a full, flat, or rolling, and that depends on the weather. That call is made by Red One as he arrives into the display area. When we arrive, we'll be arriving in a battle formation. And that formation is exactly the same formation that you see us flying over London on our national flight map. And of course, we'll be training our famous red, white and blue. So make sure when you arrive, give a huge round of applause. You can see it how comfortable.
Here we go!
To the pilots on their arrival. Please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Air Show. This year, once again, for his second year as the team leader, is squad leader Chipmunk, known as Bondi. Bondi's actually done 7 years in the team. He did 5 years in Red 2 to 9, taking a year out and then becoming Red 1 last year. He's a former Typhoon pilot, and he also flew the Tutor as a qualified flying instructor, where he flew the Tutor display aircraft in 2012. Now moved into 9 Arrow. The smoke will come on once again. It's the side of Red 1 is Red 2, that's Flight Attendant Rob Thomas. Rob is in his first year on the team. He was taken from training and made straight into instructor on the Hawk T1 with 2 wing squadrons at RAF Valley. He then completed his training and moved to the Typhoon Force, where he served on 3 squadrons on operations over Iraq and Syria, as well as an instructor on 29 squadrons operational conversion units, all based at RAF Coningsby. You now see those wings, all the even numbers on the right, all the odd numbers on the left, make themselves make rearwards. In one of the widest formations that we fly. As the formation rolls out, this is the Swan. To form once again the shape of one of the most iconic aircraft ever to float in history. From the left, the smoke comes on in the Concorde. On the left-hand side of that centre stem, closest in at the front, is Red 3, Flight Attendant Andrew McEwen, known as Mander. Mander again is in his position for him to fly, because again, we take our formation references from Red 1. And not necessarily the aircraft on the inside of him. He's looking all through that formation, taking that reference as Red 1. Chris McCann is in his second year at the team. Once again, he was taken from training and made an instructor on the Tucano before joining the TR4 Tornado Force, where he's got an AFC for his service on operations over Afghanistan. Coming in from the left to celebrate the Royal Air Force new capability in space and cyber, this is Apollo. You now see him split once again with Red 6 and 7 in trail. Royal Air Force Cosford, get your cameras ready for the colourful and noisy Big Vixen. You now see Red 6 and 7 sit behind Red 1 in the stem, Red 8 and 9 in trail. As they come around to right for one of the most popular, if not the most popular, the Red Arrows fly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. It's tornado time!
Oh yeah.
8 and 9, Royal goes. Red 8 and 9, Royal round the rest formation. Watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings them down the line. As I said, 11 pilots in the team. We've talked about Red 11, myself, Red 10. This is my fourth and final year on the team. A former Tornado TR4 pilot, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark 2. But of course, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel. Over 120 of them are the engineers, the logisticians, the visual communicators, the administrators, and they are known as the Blues due to the colour of their blue flying coveralls. And of course, there are a number of Blues here today at our public relations tent at the far end of the showground. So please pop along, say hello, find out about their careers in the Royal Air Force Aerobatic team and the wider Royal Air Force. You'll see Reds 8 and 9 have now joined the rest of the formation. This will be your last opportunity to catch the Red Arrows in our world famous Diamond 9. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from the left in the Diamond 9, the Red Arrows. As we start the second half, it's the more dynamic, heart-pumping, jaw-dropping formation, and we start with the same formation as last year. It's the 5-4 split. And in the second half, we now operate in two distinct sections. Off to the left, you've got Reds 1 through 5, known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5. And off to the right, Reds 6, 7, 8, and 9, known as Hannah, named after squad leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows. He's the first team leader to lead the team for 4 years. He took the team from a 7 to a 9 and formed our world famous Diamond 9. Enid from the left, Hannah from the right for the colourful 5-4 cross.
Come on, let's go.
in show centre. You'll see Red 4 coming in from the right to sit behind Red 1 and Red 5 in trail on Enid. Number 5, roll go. As number 5 rolls around the smoke of Enid in the Twister. Nice. Red 5 is Flight Lieutenant Justin Wales. He joined the Royal Air Force for the street training and became a Typhoon pilot. He flew with 11 squadrons, 41 squadrons of test and evaluation squadron before becoming instructor on 29 squadron, all based at RAF Coningsby. Look directly to your front and you'll see the smoke of Hannah running back in, looking for the red and blues from Red 8 and 9. Get your cameras ready for the Hannah break.
Oh, yeah.
Red 6 and 8 to our left hand side, Red 7 and 9 to our right hand side. Hannah and the synchro pair are led by Red 6, synchro leader, squad leader Tom Hansman. Tom is in his third and final year of the team, a former Typhoon pilot and qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, where he was responsible for teaching all weapon tactics and technical information to the Typhoon board. And Squad Leader Hansman received a DFC for services on operations over Iraq and Syria. Each pair will now dive down to only 100 feet above the airfield. They have a closing speed of over 800 to 900 miles per hour in the Hannah Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. This is the one you do not want to miss. It's the world famous Synchro Heart. And coming in from the top right to speed the heart is Ready. Ready? It's Flight Lieutenant Richard Walker, an extremely experienced aviator, having flown the Harrier, as well as the Typhoon, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark 2. Let's give the synchro pair and Ready a massive round of applause for wonderful horns over the skies of Royal Air Force Cosford.
aircraft will perform a barrel roll at about 100 feet before cresting in a second barrel roll in a manoeuvre simply called the double roll. Depending on the cloud base, and he's staying with the flat and rolling show, coming in from the left with corkscrew. A great opportunity to see our red, white and blue, which is only capable due to the smoke pod under the belly. You'll now see red 2, 3, 4 and 5 move up alongside red 1, now looking left and right along their shoulder line at red 1, while maintaining 3 to 4G. The smoke will come on for the tango. To our front left, you're looking to the left now for red 6 and 9, red 7 and 8 from the right hand side. For one of our new manoeuvres for 2025, red 6 and 9 are now rolling version, working hard against that negative G in the manoeuvre called Chainsaw. That negative G, working that, making that G suit work extremely hard and then rolling the correct way up with a small amount of positive G to lead the display areas to our front. Cast your eyes now to the left hand side, you can see the nose lights coming in from Enid. And 3, roll, go. 2 and 3, roll to the outside. hold to the outside. One of the hardest as you can see to our right hand side, look directly to your front. Once again, you're looking for the aircraft of Hannah. Looking for red 8 and 9, smoking the red and blue, rolling around red 6 for those at show centre. You should be able to see red 6 rolled round by red 8 and 9. As red 7 hides in the smoke of red 6 in the Tempest. Once again, each aircraft down only 100 feet. That close speed of over 800 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a barrel modified inverted flight in a maneuver called the crossbow.
Fighters in a few minutes' time. Then it's the Strikemaster pair plus pyrotechnics. Don't forget, there will be some very loud explosions. An aerobatic team I was mentioning, the Swiss Air Force PC-17 will be with us at about 4:15. Then it's into the Royal Navy with the Navy Wings Heritage Flight Swordfish and the two Wildcats of the modern-day Black Cats. And then to conclude the show, the Chinook roll demo from Joint Aviation Command, as it's now known, to finish the display, taking us through until about 25 past 5.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So the what we normally show you with the Red Arrows is how different it is from a Hawk, standard Hawk T1. The Red Arrow is in fact the only unit to use.
As though we're going to have two Spitfires, one Merlin, one Griffin
Oh yes.
Second appearance
I think we've got another one. Yeah, so they use a Hawk T1A, and that's because of the weapons that you can add. The 30mm cannon, I think it was, the Aiden cannon. So what they could do, they could add the smoke pod to it, which is exceptional. Smoke pod, again, makes the Red Arrow's aircraft different to a standard Hawk. So they have the white dye. It's actually dye that disperses through the back, which I'll show you. So it's got the red dye and the blue dye in this smoke pod. And the pilot can control the smoke. I think it's about 5 minutes of white, 1 minute of red, 1 minute of blue. Here's what you don't often see is the actual pipes itself there, and the dye mixed in with the diesel, with the fuel, because it's about 400 to 600 degrees Celsius, actually evaporates. And you may have heard Red 10 talk about the air brake being opened out, and this causes like a disturbance, like a turbulence, to make a better or a bigger plume of smoke. It can be effective depending on wind speed, wind direction, that kind of thing. The other thing that you can't see on the Red Arrow that's been modified is inside the Rolls-Royce Ardeur 151 engine, which is about 5,000 horsepower. They've actually tuned it up to Red Arrow specifications. It's got to be posh. It's got to be good.
Memorial flights are on frequency, about to start their second.
There we go. About to come now.
As Ben mentioned.
Here we go.
Expected P7 again, the Mark II, the baby Spitfire, but this time one of the Mark 19 Spitfires, one of the much later, bigger Marks. So very interesting to see the two in the air together.
More BBMF, here we go.
Development cycle for the Spitfire. The Mark 19 you're about to see is an unarmed Spitfire, PR Mark 19. PR standing for Tokyo Reconnaissance.
Love it.
It's built to fly high, it's built to fly fast. It was armed with cameras.
Oh, nice.
On the aircraft you can see the mountings, or at least the kind of the holes cut in the side of the fuselage and underneath where the cameras were actually fitted.
What's that? All right. I think it's good. Oh, right. Oh,
Mark 19 is a Griffon engined aircraft as opposed to the Merlin engined Mark II. Much bigger, much more powerful engine.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was fine. It works nice with the red and grey. I don't know. I don't really know, but it's effective and change colour depending on the sky. I think if it's blue, blue skies, they'll use white, and if it's grey, they'll use red. Makes sense. It's a lot nicer. Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing that. Yeah, it's all good. Right. Oh, I can hear them. I can hear it. I can hear Griffon. I can hear Rolls-Royce engines here now. Oh wow, here we go.
So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, look to your right-hand side, second time this afternoon, Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight.
Got you in a position, I put you in anyway. So. on our debates.
wonder he pulled it off.
Developed straight away. Even modern cameras can't do that.
The predecessor to this light strike jet that we're about to see the two on. And both of these aircraft are still operated by North Wales Military Aviation Services based at Heart Airport near Chester. We've got Mark EQA and Mark Look at this! The British Aircraft Corporation, Strikemaster. And here they come from the right.
So although the basic design of this aircraft was a trainer, as we've mentioned many times today, these aircraft often pressed into a light combat role. Well, this was pressed almost formally as the development of the Mark V jet propulsed trainer, which was really the ultimate example of the trainer version of the jet propulsed, became the VAC 167 Strikemaster. I think at the time the British Aircraft Corporation thought that their aircraft might have another version in it, a kind of light attack counter-insurgency, and so it proved. Yeah, a few countries were using jet propellants in different marks as light attack aircraft. VAC had the idea of this bespoke version, aiming to sell it to countries that weren't able to afford to buy or to operate more expensive, complex, bespoke struck flight types, while also being suitable still as an advantage tank. will see demonstrated towards the end of this display. We will, very nice here coming to the 45-degree line and putting it from under. Strikemasters a great deal in a conflict known as the Doha Rebellion. Communist-backed rebel forces known as the Adu, the local language meaning enemy, were trying to take over the Doha province of Oman from the control of the Sultanate. And in combating those efforts, the Strikemaster proved a very effective weapon. It was set up defensive capability of the Omani Air Arm, which compared to the President versus Province, it replaced. Over the years, a major demoralising effect was had on the enemy forces. Navigation lights on as the two Strikemasters run in straight in front of us. And they're coming in for a break. It has extreme
know what to expect from Tutor over there.
Lining up, they're running on the enemy target.
Oh, here we go.
And they pull up. They deliver the Chinook. That's a lot of firepower. You think Strikemaster, it certainly was, but I want to note, I think, these first something happening to at Cosford since the death of the founder of North Wales Military Aviation Services, operator of these aeroplanes, Mark Petrie, sadly passed away in April 2024, very much missed on the plane, so great contributor, benefits to passenger jets. And not least through his strenuous efforts to now possible to buy passenger rides in one of these Strikemasters with jet legends at North Wales. He's very much a visionary and flying there to attribute to Mark. Right, we've got the Tutor with the Musky Red 10 outbound from the edge of the airfield. Got to Liverpool Airport where he's then going to pick up the King's Spare jet back home to join his brethren at RAF Washington in Lincolnshire. So we're going to be getting the wild cat of the Royal Navy helicopter fleet black cat there at some point very soon in order to get them off the whole stuff with the Navy with.
Some stuff.
Sean has quite a history. I believe he was the youngest ever Royal Air Force Spitfire. And Ian Brett, former Tutor display manager and commentator from a few years ago, very active around classic jets, flown hunters in the past, now very heavily involved with the Strikemaster operation. So good for him, a younger guy getting into the classic jets circuit. Really good to see.
Oi, oi. Right, what's going what have we got next? Let me just sorted there. Let's see what else we got. So we've got the Wildcats, the Black Cats display team of the Royal Naval Air Squadron. It's 809. Is it 809? Hiya buddy, alright? You okay, yeah? Hiya, you alright? Hello, how you doing? Oh, you alright mate? Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, no, you alright? No worries. Do one more, I've got Ted as well, you should get on. Yeah, have some salmon. Oh, nice one. Nice one, alright. Yeah, no worries, enjoy, yeah? What's he called? Nikos. Hey! He hasn't quite got the hair. What's he called, mate? Oh, is he? Oh, cool. That's alright, isn't it? Start a whole new flying school in Fairs, I think. Yeah, no worries, enjoy your day. Enjoy. Thank you. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. So our next show won't be until probably Tuesday. We will take tomorrow off. We'll just wind down and probably celebrate a very fun, productive day here at Cosford, and I hope you've all enjoyed it with us. And for those that couldn't make it, well, at least we have the Ted Coningsby channel to bring you live military aviation around the country. Base place, Holbeach, probably one that will stick with us for a very long time for those that got to witness the F-35A of the 493rd Fighter Squadron based at RAF Lakeney fire in their amazing cannon, which I've never seen or heard in my life, which was absolutely fantastic. Lovely, lovely Shropshire scenes. Right. You all right, mate? Yeah.
Just at the tower, giving clearance to the two Leonardo Wildcats of the Royal Navy Black Cats to air taxi from their present position on the grass flight line.
No worries at all. No problem. See you later.
As I say, they've been back with us in quite a while actually. They've got quite a long hold.
Don't forget you can vote for your favourite display today and help raise money for the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund as well. The link to vote is in the pinned section of the comments. Oh, here come the Wildcats, here we go.
It's almost made to measure, I think, for Cosford. It just looks and feels so right. This sort of shape and size of a ring.
You're going to shot then.
And the same goes for a very good helicopter team routine, as we will see from the Wildcats. Off they go.
Nice to have them back as a pair.
Yeah.
It's been a while, and they've got to
I love the
find a certain biplane.
I love the Black Cat display.
15 minutes or so. Quite interesting.
Again, if you'd like to support the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, a very special charity for our Royal Air Force, we have the link through our Just Giving if you'd like to do it that way, or vote for your favourite display, although we've still got a few more to go. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of your favourite display on today. You can also vote for your second favourite as well. It's the Ted Coningsby Display Awards, where the winner gets our special patch, and we made 150 just for the public. I know, and you can get hold of one. There's only about, I think, around 30 left, I think, off the top of my head. You do get a certificate of authenticity, letting you know which out of the 150 you have. It comes with a special gift box, red patch. Again, it's only for pilots, but we made 150 just for you all. Get hold of them while you can. tedconingsby.co.uk. How you doing, man? All right? Yeah, you good?
So we've heard that the P-17 team are just holding off at the moment. We just got to let the Black Cats vacate the airspace.
Yeah, I can sign that for you, buddy.
And should be ready to go in
sign that for you.
a few moments' time.
Oh, it's me! Oh, me!
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is with great pleasure I hand you over to
Special Officer Captain Cedric Smalley.
There is a display happening. But you come back.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for us, for the Swiss Air Force, to be again invited to the Cosford Air Show. The pilots are already in the air. They did a warm-up, they checked the aircraft systems and are now ready for the presentation.
Come back in about an hour and a half while I get this.
We expect the PC-7 team to start in 2 minutes at a time of 1 and 4. The Swiss Air Force PC-7 team consists of 9 pilots, PC-7 turboprop aircraft that act as an ambassador for the Swiss Air Force and Swiss Armed Forces. The PC-7 team was founded in 1989 and exists since over 35 years.
Bless. I'm having great fun here.
For the
It's subsided here. What's going on?
Today a special occasion. Our commander, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Stapfli, who is here on the ground with us, equipped with a radio, has his last display abroad. So maybe you will see him. He is at the front line at the display center and will supervise the display from the ground in order that you can enjoy a safe and elegant show. And over the radio, I just heard that the team is arriving in around 1.5 minutes.
Nice.
They will open the show in our formation called Flying Diamonds, a looping with 9 aircraft. And this will be the opening of the unique Swiss Air Force PC-17.
Oh wow, look at this. Oh wow, they look delicious. Love it.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, approaching from the front left in the Flying Diamond formation, followed by a looping, the amazing and internationally renowned PC-17 of the Swiss Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the great and unique Swiss Air Force PC-17. Pilots of extremely professional flying display and document the performance of the Swiss Air Force. You already observed the next formation change into the Super Flash, and now the next change into the formation called Delta, our largest formation, with a wingspan of around 70 meters, equal to an Airbus A380. Observe now the next formation change in only a few seconds. The new formation is ready now. This is called the propeller, and bear in mind that the distance between the aircraft is 3 to 4 meters at the speed of around 350 kilometers per hour. weekend work, so they are side jobs, so to say. So we have fighter jet pilots who, in addition to their main job, get together and propel aircraft to perform this display. And we see the second crossing already now, and we expect the third crossing just in front of us.
Oh, what, they got the PT6 engine in this? Looks like they got that big.
Very nice flown, and now take a close look to the front left, the so-called rolling dice. Indeed, from the front you can see a dice with the number 5. 2 aircraft are circling around it. Really very elegant, almost romantic maneuver, the rolling dice of the PC-70. We expect the next highlights in the front of us. 8 aircraft are approaching after, again, our solo is coming back for roll, quarter roll. And now look to the front. We expect the other 8 aircraft, and they will present us not less than 4 crossings with due times. 4 aircraft crossing each other. Actually, it will be 3 crossings. So now they arrive. We have 4 from the left, 4 from the right. Now absolute trust between the leaders of each formation is needed, and they will just cross in front of us. Finanti, nickname Yuri, Pascal Haltenstein, nickname Aldi, and in the back our soloist Captain Silvan Andrekin, nickname Goro. Thank you very much. And approaching from the left side, our formation called Super Mirror. The leader in the front is flying on his back. And we are continuing with romantic parts. Please look straight ahead. We expect the four pilots to draw something very special for us in the sky of Cosford, so watch carefully. Look to your right and to your left. There's four aircraft who have crossed before. They will present us the so-called dogfight. 2 versus 2. 2 aircraft from the left and 2 from the right will present us a simulated air combat maneuver. Our formation called Batman. So get your eyes ready for the simulated air combat maneuver 2 versus 2. Our soloist again is pulling through all the 4 aircraft into the sky for a short time, 0G at the top. And he pulls down again through all 4 aircraft. Our air combat maneuver by the Swiss Air Force PC-17. We continue from the front left. We are expecting another new maneuver, namely the so-called Anaconda. The 4 P-51D will fly very closely behind each other, which sounds simple but definitely isn't. And don't forget, these aircraft are equipped with a propeller, which you have to take special care of when flying so close. Continue with the dynamic part. So we will show you a new maneuver, the so-called roller coaster. 1 aircraft is approaching from the left, the other one
once again into the sky. Expect again a number 7 to come back and present us a so-called dirty roll. Why we call it dirty roll? Because the pilot flies this slow roll with the landing gear and flaps down, which is not the case with a normal clean roll. This requires very precise control of the aircraft with constant checking of speed and altitude, and as well of the allowed G values. From the left side, 4 aircraft, they will present you 4 simultaneous loopings. Flying one looping is not extremely difficult, but with 4 simultaneous looping like this, it becomes quite demanding. With the same force, fly at the same speed and at the same angles to make it look even and precise. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We continue from the left side. Our soloist will demonstrate you the maneuverability of the PC-7 aircraft. The PC-7 is equipped with a Pratt Whitney turbine which delivers 550 horsepower, has a maximum weight of 1,900 kilograms. This is equal to a medium-class passenger car. It reaches a maximum speed of 270 knots, and this is definitely faster than the fastest Ferrari or Porsche. And it has a climb rate of 10 meters per second. Compared to taking an elevator, it is doing 3 floors in 1 second. Since 1982, these PC-7 training aircraft have been in the service of the Swiss Air Force and are used for basic training of all the military pilots. So our soloist will now wave you goodbye. He will show you a tango. You can wave back to him with your hat or with your hand or whatever you wish. Thank you very much to our number 7 to go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we continue now with the next highlight of our show. You can observe in the front right the other 8 aircraft. They have extended again the landing gear, switched on the landing lights and extended the landing flaps and formed a tunnel which allows us to our soloist approaching from the left side to cross this tunnel in any moment. Have a close look now.
Swiss cross, an extremely difficult formation to fly. More Swissness is hardly possible. Swiss pilots in Swiss-made planes flying the Swiss cross precisely and professionally flown the PC-17 is a worthy ambassador of the Swiss Air Force and Swiss Armed Forces. Or visit our website PC-17.ch for further information. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Well, our grateful thanks to Special Officer Captain Cedric Spolly and the Swiss PC-17. Just simply perfect. Yeah. A real masterpiece of airshow choreography and presentation in every respect from them, and we're delighted to have their sole British airshow representation of the season here at Cosford.
Right, so what have we got next? Wild black.
So now we are looking ahead to the last couple of display items we have for you this afternoon.
Don't forget the Chinook. What's up?
The Swordfish and two Wildcats that together form the Black Cats, and then we'll close the show.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You can actually
roll demonstration from the RAF Chinook.
Wait, what, for the Chinook? Oh, do it. All right, yeah, sure. Yeah, if you sit over this corner here, you'll be all right. Okay, it's all good. Alright, hope we're all good and hope you've all enjoyed the show today. Haven't been on the chats much today, it's been extremely busy. And that's
well now, it's time for one of those past and present combinations that are always such a delight to see.
These are coming out soon.
And this
there you'll be the first to see them.
A lot of praise over the past season.
Look at these key rings.
Royal Navy helicopters
will be coming out soon. Ready?
And even more so, given their imminent entry in formation with one of the most famous Fleet Air Arm aircraft of all time.
Oh yes.
They call this Taranto formation.
Oh,
They
you
pay
better not.
tribute to one of the greatest exploits of the slow, lumbering but surprisingly effective biplane that's going to lead this trio. And they're out off to the right-hand end of the airfield shortly to appear past the trees.
Oh, this is going to be awesome.
It was in November 1940 that Royal Navy ferry Swordfish attacked the Italian fleet in port at Taranto. 21 of these biplane torpedo bombers flying from HMS Illustrious were involved. They effectively knocked the Italian fleet out of the rest of the war. In company with the Swordfish Mark I, the Navy Wing's heritage flight at Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton in Somerset, are two Leonardo Wildcat maritime attack helicopters operated by the Black Cat team of the Fleet Air Arm of the Royal Navy, its official helicopter display team.
Thank you to everyone who supported the channel. I'd just like to say thank you to all our viewers today, all our newcomers who have discovered our channel today, and of course take the opportunity now to express my thank you, and for those that haven't, do subscribe to our channel. We're so close to 100k!
Naval Air Squadron. And that squadron was itself a Swordfish operator, not least flying off HMS Victorious during the operation that led to the sinking of the German battleship Bismarck in 1941. But in then, from the right, the Swordfish and the two Wildcats, the Royal Navy's Taranto formation.
Here we go.
In the RAF Museum Midlands here, you might well have gone to see the British Aircraft Corporation TSR-2, that cancelled 1960s strike aircraft, the history of which remains somewhat of a talking point to this day. Well, it wasn't the first TSR-2, because when Fairey developed a biplane torpedo bomber to meet an Admiralty specification for the Fleet Air Arm of the Royal Navy in the early 1930s,
that's actually true. This was the TSR.
TSR-2. TSR standing in this instance for Torpedo Spotter Reconnaissance. It was based on their earlier TSR-1 design, but with a more powerful version of the Bristol Pegasus engine, slightly swept back wings, a longer rear fuselage, and the ability to operate on either wheels or floats.
in 1935 and named the Swordfish. Even by the standards of the time, it was quite basic in many ways. The crews were very exposed and they had no onboard heater. However, the aircraft's flying characteristics were very good, even when the aircraft were operating from heaving carrier decks in the open oceans. The Swordfish entered service with a 25 squadron, from which modern-day unit these two Wildcats come, in July 1936. It soon came to dominate in the torpedo bomber role as far as the fleet's air arm was concerned. 13 squadrons were equipped with Swordfish on the outbreak of war in September 1939. But in many ways, the fleet's air arm should never have had to go to war with such an outdated aeroplane in a leading role. For a break. In many ways, the fact of the Swordfish being in service in such numbers when war broke out illustrates the sort of complacency and muddled procurement that often took place during the 1930s. This is an aircraft that has a cruising speed of just 90 knots or 104 miles an hour when it's lightly laden. That is reduced to 82 knots or 94 miles an hour with the underslung torpedo, and you can see this Swordfish is flying with a dummy torpedo under the fuselage. The crews had no accurate torpedo sight to calculate the all-important layoff that was required to aim the torpedo properly when attacking a moving target. Instead, all they had was a row of flashlight bulbs positioned on a bar level with the pilot's eye line. The distance between two of those bulbs represented 5 knots of speed at 1,000 yards, but there was no way of assessing the range from the target other than the pilot's experience. And thankfully, the Fleet Air Arm's torpedo bomber pilots had very regular practice to hone those skills. The Swordfish first went into combat in Norway in April 1940, flying both off carriers and on floats. Back home in 1940, as the Battle of Britain was fought, the Fleet Air Arms squadrons were placed under the control of RAF Coastal Command, and Swordfish 85 years ago kept watch on enemy-held ports from which a German invasion of Britain could be launched. Sometimes they also spotted for naval guns. Toronto, perhaps the most famous action by the Swordfish was the sinking of the Bismarck in May 1941. They actually hit it twice. The first strike was by aircraft of 825 Squadron. Flying off HMS Victorious, they managed to achieve one torpedo strike, which slowed the ship. Ark Royal got into range. 3 squadrons of Swordfish were launched from Ark Royal and achieved 3 hits, one of which damaged the Bismarck's rudder, stopped it manoeuvring, and allowed the home fleet to get more easily into range and sink it with their guns. Against the Bismarck was a good example of how the Swordfish also had certain advantages. It was able to fly so slowly that the Bismarck's flak guns found it difficult to track the biplanes, and those guns struggled with close-in targets, which was a bit of a surprising drawback, rectified later on the likes of the Tirpitz. The fact that the crews
crews were so well trained in delivering torpedoes, how the Swordfish was stable and controllable in all weathers and at night, and as we're seeing, how it could turn very tightly, coupled with the aircraft's radar equipment that helped find the targets and guide the Swordfish back to the carrier. You can see why these sorts of successes were achieved. But then in February 1942, the Channel Dash, as it became known, illustrated its inadequacies. 6th Swordfish, Rank 25 Squadron, with Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond in the lead, set out to stop the German battle cruisers Kneisenau and Scharnhorst and the heavy cruiser, the Prinz Eugen, from going through the English Channel from Brest to their German home ports. All 6 Swordfish were shot down by their defences, Esmond posthumously being awarded the Victoria Cross. Swordfish had a major role protecting the vital supply convoys through the Atlantic and the Arctic Ocean, flying not just from carriers but also converted merchant ships. They were active on D-Day, hence the invasion stripes that have been painted on this one, laying smoke screens and conducting anti-E-boat patrols. The last one wasn't built until August 1944. The final operational squadron soldiered on until August of 45. Testament to the Swordfish's versatility that it outlasted its successor, the Fairey Albacore, although that really only enrolls other than its main torpedo bombing purpose. But this was one of the great British aircraft of the war. And this one from the Navy Wing's Heritage Flight serves to represent all of the Fleet Air Arm's Swordfish and the heroism of the crews who flew them. Long flight for the Swordfish today, operating from its base at Yeovilton in Somerset. And this, as we were saying, at such a slow cruise speed. They've actually got 3 on strength with Navy wings. This is the only airworthy one at present. Hopefully their Mark II will fairly soon join it in airworthy condition. There's a third that's been used as a source of spares and so forth.
that these biplanes sank no fewer than 21 German U-boats during wartime. An incredible record, most of those while escorting the Arctic convoys to North Russia, a mission that's largely gone unsung. Setting up for its final pass, this one of the many Swordfish produced, not by Fairey itself, but by Blackburn at its plant at Sherburn in Elmet in Yorkshire. It saw service out in Gibraltar, with the Mediterranean fleet probably on patrols over the Straits of Gibraltar. It's now painted as an A330 squadron aircraft that flew on the operations that sank, or led to the sinking of the Bismarck. And with a final wing rock on the last pass, we say farewell to Glenn Allison and the Navy Winged Heritage Flight Swordfish 1. So now we go from the past to the present.
Here we go, 12 o'clock.
Just running in now to start their display. The two Wildcats that together form the Black Cats helicopter display team. Delight to welcome the pair back to Cosford.
As well.
We've often had a solo, but it's been a few years since we've had a pair. They are now running in directly in front of you. The latest generation of multi-role helicopters, specially procured to operate from the frigates and destroyers of the Royal Navy. These are MHA-2s, MHA standing for Maritime Helicopter Attack. I give you the Black Cats. First break, the aircraft head out back onto the B-axis. It came in formation, they now separate, but watch closely as they pull up again to cross each other. What they call the 180 cross. As they run back towards Crown Centre. The camera's ready, you can see they're closing to the flag cross. Wildcat is crewed by pilot and observer. You'll
also fitted with armoured crash-worthy seating for up to 6 additional troops. So the aircraft both need to reverse their direction and do this by well, it's called a wing over, I guess if helicopters turn, it really should be a pedal turn.
It's true.
So reverses the direction of both aircraft. And this time as they come to ground centre, they rapidly decelerate, forming a fast stop manoeuvre to finish nose to nose. These aircraft operate from very small helicopter landing pads situated on the back of destroyers and frigates. They have to operate in incredible weather conditions, both in terms of wind and sea state. So this kind of precision that you'll see demonstrated this afternoon is absolutely essential. This is the climbing carousel. The aircraft nose to nose at each other, climbing to round about 500 feet, while also revolving through 480 degrees. When they top out, they're both facing each other. Now they need to get out of that manoeuvre.
a nose-mounted Westcam electro-optical device. A very impressive piece of kit, enables the pilot to detect targets in all weathers at long range. So for the last time this afternoon, running in for their final break, I give you from 825 Naval Air Squadron, the Black Cats.
Nice, and I just realised that I said 809 Squadron, and that's, they fly F-35s. They are Navy. I just didn't think of Marvin's Immortals. Now then, I think we're going to finish off with the
back home to
Walker.
Yeovilton. The Black Cats need to refuel. Tactical Supply Wing have very kindly built an installation for us again here at Cosford, located away to the left-hand side, which enables them to support all manner of aircraft here. It's also, of course, very good trade training, as this is what they do in the field. Wherever helicopters go, if they're away from base or away from their ship, they do need a source of fuel. That is generally supplied by the Tactical Supply Wing. You can operate out of just about any location. All it needs is a small helicopter landing zone. So Black Cats down. What a lovely joint display that was. It's always good to see dissimilar aircraft together. Biplane, two helicopters, past, present, everything in there. I've got the feeling the Wildcats will still catch up the Swordfish on the way home, even after refuelling. There were some lovely moments when the Swordfish pulls up on frequency. You can tell it's an open cockpit, just by the sound of the wind and the noise and the pilot stressing each syllable to make sure it gets through.
Now we're going to see the Chinook get airborne to position for its display. We're then going to get the P-47 and the P-51 into the air to depart to Duxford. Also the P-47 going to Duxford. I think the Mustang might be heading to Sywell, I can't quite recall. But anyway, they will be airborne and on their way, and then the Chinook is going to close the show.
Okay, now it's going to be quite adrenaline pumped. It may be a roll demo team, but I did have a chat with some of the crew that it's a different, you do need a PDA for a roll demo, but it's a different type. There are different levels of PDA, so expect this to be very, very action-packed. Oh, here we go. Just, yeah, why not? Yeah, this is going to be quite a meat. I mean, it is 7 Squadron at the end of the day. They are a squadron to be reckoned with. I've seen them many times. 10th Primary 7 Squadron. Open. Firing over 7,000 rounds.
So the Chinook will be back shortly.
Okay, see you in a bit. Oh my word.
So with a bit of a flourish, the Chinook repositions to enable the 2 American fighters to head on their way, and then it'll be time for that final item on our flying program here at Cosford for 2025.
Such a cool helicopter, isn't it, the Chinook? Such a classic.
Yeah, that's it. Hang on a minute, it's quick.
Tomato sauce, mustard and onions, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a burger after this. Gotta be a big burger after this, surely.
Hot dog, burger.
Oh yeah. Cheese, everything. Put it in. Yeah, you got to put a bit of onion in there. Having a discussion about our food for the end of.
Right, sorry.
Oh yes. Right then. What for this? Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Right, Chris? Yeah, I've got it. It's killing me. Oh man. Yeah, I have to just thin it. Yeah, I'm I get that and the neck. Burning feeling. Oh yeah, it's been brilliant, you know. Those PC-76, they were brilliant. Pilatus 17s, they were great.
The tower's just cleared the P-47 and the Mustang to take off, so they're going to line up and then head on their way home. Thanks to both of them for their contribution to today's programme.
I love the P-47, look at it. Oh, ho, ho. So just to give you an idea, you can fit in that air intake at the front. Wow, what classics. Amazing, amazing, absolutely wonderful. Right, it's Walker time. And this roll demo is not your usual roll demo, it's got a bit of added extra. A bit of 7 Squadron. His description of, I've got a friend that works at Odium, and he said that
so the
description of the Chinook roll demo,
departing the two black
I didn't see it, but the whole brick walls were shaking. So that kind of gives you an idea of what to expect.
Depart back home to Yeovilton. And then the moment they're clear, we'll move on. Which will, unfortunately, be the last display of what a display it is.
This is going to be brilliant. Get ready.
Good afternoon and welcome, RAF Cosford. I'm Flight Lieutenant Rob Humpston. I'm one of the Chinook pilots currently serving at RAF Odium, and it is my absolute pleasure to be commenting for you today. This year we wanted to bring you something a little different to previous displays you may have seen, and as such we'll be showcasing the operational capabilities of this undoubtedly fantastic machine in an all-new for 2025 Chinook roll demonstration. Unfortunately, we haven't got a lovely old biplane to introduce us, but we'll be making up
come on, can we get 96k before we finish?
Helicopter.
So close to 96.
As you know, the mighty Chinook is the workhorse of the RAF and fulfills many operational roles, including trooping, carriage of internal and unslung freight, parachute ops, combat recovery, casualty evacuation, humanitarian assistance, and fast breaking. We'll be showing you some of that today.
It's Waka Waka time.
This year's roll demonstration is brought to you jointly by RAF Odium, the home of the Chinook Force, and the Joint Helicopter Support Squadron from RAF Benson. A joint Army and Air Force unit known as JHSS, or slightly more affectionately as Hookers. If you haven't done so already after display, please do come by the RAF village and meet our Odium personnel on your way out. They're critical for enabling the aircraft to take to the skies today. We've got our ops team, survival equipment, and our eng, and hopefully you might even see the aircrew as well. In the aircraft today we have Callum, CJ, Josh and Dave, and I'll be introducing them slowly throughout the flight today. First up, handling the aircraft as captain today is Flight Lieutenant Cal Pearson. Cal is originally from Middlesbrough and joined the RAF in October 2010. He got his wings in 2016 for Streamed Rotary, completed the OCU, got posted to Odium in 2018. Cal has over 2,000 hours and 1,400 on Chinook and displayed in many countries, operationally on Op Shader. He's a qualified helicopter instructor, and when he's not throwing the Chinook around for you today, he's throwing some weights around in the gym.
Oh, here we go. Look at this. You're going to love this.
That's plenty about Cal. Now it's time to prepare yourself for the highlights of today's flying, Cosford. Please turn your eyes to the sky for the 2025 Chinook roll demonstration. What is the question? That's applied ever since the Chinook joined the RAF in 1980 and is true today as it was then. To start the show, Cal's given us a wing over, rapidly turning back onto target, trading his speed for height and back again. The crew are now preparing in the cabin to drop bomb troops onto target. As the aircraft turns in for a downwind quick stop, they will simulate a late spot on the landing site to offload troops and vehicles, either on or off the battlefield. In the back, they're being efficient with their recce, making sure it's suitable to land on in the minimum possible time to avoid any threat exposure. Having found their site and making their approach, crewman Josh up front will be giving voice marshalling directions to Cal, talking in
forward and down onto the landing site and monitoring the height of the aircraft as she comes into land. On the ramp for you today is Flight Sergeant Dave Sims. Born and raised in Margate, Kent, he joined the RAF in September 2014 as a weapons systems operator and has been on the Chinook force since 2017. He's a qualified helicopter crew and instructor and has accumulated over 2,000 hours on rotary platforms. When Dave's not in work, and occasionally whilst he is in work, he can usually be found on the golf course. Those of you up close can see Dave clearing the troops and vehicles to exit the aircraft at the ramp. Riding into the roll demo with some style today, we have members of the Joint Helicopter Support Squadron. Keep one eye on that quad bike if you will, to see just how critical these enablers are of working fast. With the troops and quad bike on, the aircraft departs with an over-the-shoulder transition, a defensive manoeuvre presenting the floor ballistic protection towards any probable threat. This gives the aircraft and any occupants the greatest possible chance of protection. With the aircraft turned away, Carl climbs the aircraft to return and provide some mutual support. Think of this profile as overhead protection for the troops now exposed on the ground, or alternatively it allows a pair of Chinooks to land in sequence without any loss of airborne protection. We don't have any guns fitted for you today, but if we did, you'd see Dave and Josh ready to employ the crew-served weapon systems. The Chinook can be fitted with an M60 machine gun on the ramp and 2 M134 miniguns on the port and starboard sides, each of which is capable of firing 3,000 rounds a minute, or 50 rounds a second, making one hell of a noise. The Chinook and its crew can protect itself and deter engagements anywhere in the world. As they dive away for another wing over, time to introduce our co-pilot of today's show. Joining Karen in the cockpit is Flight Lieutenant Jacob Cameron Johnston. CJ is originally from Cottingham, East Riding of Yorkshire, joined the RAF in 2016 and got his wings in December 2021. He spent his first 12 months showing him off to air cadets by flying them and other air experienced passengers in the Grog Tutor at RAF Wittering. CJ is the baby of the team, joining the front line in 2023. Feel free to call the crow. He's an avid fan of Formula 1. When he realised he was too tall, he decided to become a Chinook pilot. Forget the revs of F1, CJ. The best noise in the world is that bit of blade slap. The crew are now positioning for a fast roping approach, decelerating rapidly to accurately dispatch troops on a tight or otherwise unsuitable landing site. Think about rooftops or the deck of a ship, but today it's in front of you, lucky devils. In the starboard door you can see Josh kicking out the ropes ready to supervise the dispatch of troops, while Dave does the same at the ramp. Unfortunately, due to operational commitments, we don't have any troops to demonstrate for you today, but you will still see the ropes go out. Up to 30 troops can begin departing a hovering Chinook in less than 2 minutes with that profile. Not just troops, stores of kit, and even some furry land sharks, more formally known as military working dogs, can go down these ropes, often giving the enemy pause for thought as they miss them by a whisker. Cal's departed with another over the shoulder. Dave has jettisoned his ropes at the ramp, but Josh is now working hard to pull his back into the cabin. So let's watch him getting a sweat on and introduce him at the same time. Sergeant Josh Lyons is a Staffordshire lad. He joined the RAF in 2014 as an aerospace systems operator and was posted to Scampton. In 2017 he made the right choice to retrade to aircrew and became a weapons systems operator. In his 5 years on the Chinook force, Josh has accumulated over 1,200 hours on Chinook, completed multiple operational deployments, been on the Queen Liz, and conducted overseas exercises in Sweden, Denmark, Poland, Cyprus, Jordan, and the US. Outside of work, he enjoys travelling, skiing, and for his sins as a season ticket holder of Wolverhampton Wanderers. This is the highlight of the Royal Demo season for Josh. Having grown up in nearby Penkridge, he attended Cosford Air Show yearly as a child with his dad, who sadly passed away in 2021. Josh is dedicating his performance today to his memory.
those of you who are keeping an eye on that JHSS team on the ground, the crew are now returning in to pick up that quad bike, which has been rapidly re-prepared by JHSS as an underslung load.
What is it?
Underslung loads are the bread and butter of the Chinook force, with all crew members front and back working together to manoeuvre that 99-foot long aircraft into a finely tuned position. That's 99 feet and 8 inches if every inch is important to you. Cal's positioned in the overhead of the load under Josh's direction. Dave is looking through the centre hatch to safely direct the pickup of that quad bike, and all four crew are working in synchronisation with the team on the ground beneath the hovering aircraft. You may notice some of the hookers holding their arms up. One is holding a static discharge probe or zapper snapper. They make sure to touch that hook first to dissipate any static electricity, which is critical in dusty environments like the desert, saving a nasty shock. As they transition away with that quad bike, they're watching the swing. Chinook is used in operations moving stores, freight and vehicles everywhere from Afghanistan to Wadey Bridge. The Chinook can carry 3 underslung loads simultaneously and carry up to 11.3 tons on its centre hook alone. This quad bike attached to the aft hook weighs just 350 kilos, but if it can be rigged, the Chinook and the hookers can take it. This capable aircraft is even able to pick up another Chinook, albeit with a few bits cut off to save some weight. With a maximum all-up mass of 24.5 tons, this workhorse can comfortably fit 30 troops inside, with seating on the floor up to 50. The raw power and versatility of the Chinook is all down to its iconic tandem rotor design, giving you that whocker. It provides huge amount of lift, a large cabin, and is all achieved without any of that dangerous messing about with tail rotors. Leading JHSS today on the ground, we have Corporal Jordan, who served 9 years for the British Army Air Corps. He served the majority of his time with 656 Squadron, working as ground crew on Apache. He's deployed to a variety of places, including Cyprus, Jordan, Norway, and some ship-based exercises. He's now a helicopter handling instructor, based at RAF Benson, leading teams on extremely high readiness. If you're looking back at that unhappy quad bike, the crew are monitoring the load during all stages of flight, but particularly during deceleration as swing can develop. These road vehicles are not big fans of heights. The crew are moving the aircraft to counteract that swing as the load reduces in the airflow. They're now returning to drop off the underslung load with an operational drop-off, which is a combined rapid drop of the load and the strops to egress away from a threat. Used in dusty or high-threat environments, it's vital to get supplies rapidly onto the battlefield. With that load gone, the crew will be setting off once more into a wing over, and they will now be positioning for a running landing. Running landings are used in situations where performance may be limited. This could be due to a hot, high environment like the deserts or high above sea level landing sites. However, it's also routinely practiced for emergency landing. It's our preferred landing style in the event of a single engine failure that may not give us sufficient performance for a hover. As Cal brings the aircraft back in, we'll be looking to set up at 80 knots and then apply a constant 3-degree approach to flare the aircraft's last bit of speed off at the bottom end. I can't even do a wheelie on a bike, so spare a thought now for the pilots attempting one while 30 feet in front of their wheels.
Josh is monitoring the height beneath the front wheels while Dave monitors the aft disc. At 26 degrees nose up, those aft rotor blades would strike the ground, and nobody wants that to happen, let me tell you. The teamwork amongst the crew allows for effective information to be passed to Cal and CJ as they handle this long machine.
Adventure today and bringing you RAF Cosford Air Show 2025.
As the team prepare their airborne audition for Strictly Come Dancing with a few pirouettes, let's do a final shout out to the people on the ground that make all of this happen. The Chinook is supported by a huge team that keep the airframes functional and airworthy 365 days a year, holding national standby and readiness commitments for worldwide operations. It's worth noting that the Chinook flying for you today draws its crews exclusively from frontline units, with our roll demo activities conducted around normal operational commitments. It's thanks to the tireless work of our aircrew, engineers, ops, survival equipment specialists and all the other supporting functions that has enabled us to come and deliver the demo for you today. All good things must come to an end, folks, so to end the show for you today, we'll see a final bow from the crew. Before we watch the incredible Gorny climb. Named after the base in Bosnia where the Chinook demonstrated its power, dominating other handhelds times during the Kosovo War.
Wow, look at this. Oh, that is awesome.
Finish the show. If you're the family of Alfie Belger, please come to the tent at the front of the control tower. Please come to the yellow and white striped tent at the front of the control tower. That's the family of Alfie Belger. Thank you.
year's Cosford Air Show. And then I think we've had a pretty good day. We certainly have. We've got away with it weather-wise. We had that nasty period early on, big actually, was it? Frequently, a bit brought the cloud base down slightly. But other than that, it's been very nice for the most part for display flying. Rather grey for the most part of the afternoon, but nonetheless we've seen lots of full displays and a great deal to enjoy. I wonder where the 6 hours goes. It just seems like 10 minutes ago that we started, but as I'm sure everyone appreciates,
wow, what a day.
It's basically a year-long job to actually put this show on. Too many thank yous, too many people that work so very hard, but they know who they are, and it wouldn't happen without them. From front to back,
Laser Tech,
it's a
Laser Tech 02 for the post-show food and drinks. Solaris, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Santos Luba, welcome to the Fighter Squadron. Oh yeah, thank you very much.
So we're open a bit longer yet this afternoon.
Just Josh17, thanks for the super. Thomas Filmer, been an excellent show today. Tricky Tree, nice one, Ted Coningsby, thank you very much. Thomas Filmer with 5 months membership, enjoy being here. Aston Dillon 123, no commentary, James Robigo, Darth Mark, thank you for the super. Marco Baxter, thank you very much for the super. Adrian Challenger, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Angela Beasley, thank you very much for the super. Rob, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Adrian Anderson, 23 months member. Wow, what a show, great coverage, Nikos, you're welcome. Shane Smith as well, thank you very much for 10 months membership, great air show, thank you for streaming, Nikos. Steve Needham, thanks for the coverage today, fantastic as always. Eric Martin, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Geraint Williams, saw Strikemasters over St. Asaph earlier, Nikos, thank you. Lima Papa 23, Stars Mark, thank you as well for the super. Sue W, thank you very much as well for the super chat. Zed to Zebra, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Leslie Booth, celebrating my 20 months TCS, watching Cosford Live. New Rail Basher, met Ben today, good to meet you today. And you too, good to meet you, have a coffee on me, will do. Acid Reflux, thank you so much for joining today. Paul Norman, keeping track of that display was amazing, well done Nikos. Loving the show, hope everyone is well. You too, Garth March.
Staying with us, hopefully not to
Indian Bush Flower, I want that teddy bear.
When you do get out to the car parks, we just
there's only one and only Ted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Meth, give this to the lady pilot for crushing it. Oh yeah, she did. Danny, thanks for the 12 months. Happy viewing. Keep up the good work. Great work. Thank you. Simon Warner as well. Some amazing displays today. Top coverage. Neil Richardson, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Vince Viking 26, awesome show. Thanks Ted Coningsby and Nikos Argier. Simon East, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Claire Valentine as well, and Simon East gifted Ted Coningsby memberships. Cass Byers, thank you very much for the super. KD Wells and Claire Valentine, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Vince Viking 26, 18 months membership. Oi oi everyone, Ted Coningsby, oh yeah. Jason Woodruff being a shout out to Kaz, Stu and Julie. Thank you very much, and a shout out to them. Robert Smith, thank you for the super. Bjorn Danielson, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Beth Dunbirch, 5 months membership. Oh yeah, epic stream today, thank you as well. We got KT High gifting a membership as well.
Well, we haven't gone completely. We're going to be talking to some of the pilots that took part in today, asking them how it all went, and hearing from some of the people that have been involved in the air show generally.
Tom, well done on 2 years. Loving the show. Keep up the great work. Thanks for your 2 year milestone.
Stories of how they got here today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Simon Simps, thank you for streaming this. Appreciate it.
As Andy was saying,
Indian
it's a
Bush
very
Flower, thank you very much for the super.
Traffic is slowly leaving the car park.
High five, salute,
hang around for a little while. Danny said just for the next half an hour, so maybe a bit longer. Most of the retailers, the bars,
thank you for joining the Ted
areas are staying open,
Roy Barker, Dance
so
March.
there's still a chance to
Rob Guest,
enjoy yourselves, spend some money.
Mickey, thank you as well. Doncaster Lass, thank you for the super, another great
So I'd like to remind you there's going to be a sing-along.
The British weather cannot stop Ted. Nikos and Claire Bear. Too right. We Stevie Boy, thanks for 2 gifted memberships.
Today, by having a good old sing-song.
Coverage, thank you so much. Snacks, 5 months membership.
The place to
25 months membership.
Here's the Victory Village.
Stephanie,
The end of the show,
13
sing-along.
membership. Oh, what a great way to spend a Sunday. Paul Denham, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Natalie, 1 month membership. Been watching for over a month and love it. Scarthy, welcome to the Posh Offices.
Please do go along into the Victory Village.
Welcome to all the new viewers today. Hope you enjoy the show and join us on future live streams. Thanks Nikos Ted for a brilliant footage kicking off 2025 TCS Air Show season.
Also, chance to thank our sponsors today. Our main sponsor,
Simon Warner as well,
Martin.
thank you for the super. Andy Stanley, welcome to the
all
Posh
our
Offices.
supporters who made the Cosford Air Show 2025 possible. BAE.
Jane Clark, 12 months membership. Well done on your 12-month milestone.
Leonardo.
Whereas the year gone, thank you, Nikos.
Canon.
Thanks, Claire Best, Banner Crew,
University of Wolverhampton.
Harry Jervis, thank you for doing this, Ted. Alex Biggs, congratulations on 2 years. Green 2 years, well, Nikos, you've done an amazing job.
001.
Thank you as well. Time to smash 100k, send it. Roy Barker, thanks for the super.
And to all
B,
volunteers.
gifting a membership.
And that includes the cadets from UBAS who've been providing hospitality
Nick Smith,
and general
high five, thank you
assistance
for
throughout the
gifting
show.
5 Ted Coningsby
I think I'm right saying for
along
the
with
first
Keith
time
Smith
this
as well.
year, the air show has opened up to other university air squadrons around the country. So we've been joined by cadets from right across the country to bolster the force here locally
welcome to
in
the
the
squadron.
Midlands. So
Patch,
thank you
member
to
for 10
all
months.
cadets
Lorena Drain,
who've travelled,
member for 11 months.
as I
Let's
say,
go.
from
Patch,
locally,
thank you. Gifted a Ted Coningsby
but
membership.
also
Al
from
Phillips,
around the
7 months
country.
membership.
Very much appreciated.
Yeah. Terry Stapley, 10 months membership as former Vulcan Grand Crew, certainly been seeing here and near flying them. Kent Nissen, welcome to the Ted
Apparently the squadrons are
Thank you all so much for the massive support.
and US. I could have just read anything there. I could have read something rude in Klingon, but I'll believe that I didn't.
We've got everything and everyone. So, Ted, it's time
Ben tells me I've
to finish up.
I've not strayed away from actually mentioning the correct.
Right, it's time for my well-earned burger.
I believe the stem hanger is still open as well.
Ah, yeah. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? I hope you've all enjoyed it. And it was nice to take a step back in commentary today. It really was. And I hope you all enjoyed our Cosford Air Show. And just a big thank you to all the organisers. Thank you so much. All the organisers at RAF Cosford, all the RAF police, all the security, all the ground staff, every single engineer, basically every trade at RAF Cosford. And of course the organisers here, absolutely brilliant, done a fantastic job, massively organised, and all our viewers as well, thank you very much indeed. So this is what we do. If you're new to the channel, this is what we do 4 to 5 days a week. I say 4 to 5 because we got to allow for the weather. I know, it's crazy, isn't it, right? But don't forget to support the channel and vote for your number 1 and number 2, your favourite displays from today. There's a link in the description, and I've pinned the link to vote for your favourite display and second favourite display, and we can help raise money for the RAF Benevolent Fund. You know, a charity that we are fond of. We go day in, day out promoting our Royal Air Force. Let's give something back to our veterans and those that serve who need it the most. That's what charity is all about. That's what support is. And how many of the 50,000 here today youngsters are going to become pilots or ground crew or various trades of the Royal Air Force? This is what air shows are all about. They will always keep coming because air shows inspire our future generation, whether on the ground or whether in the air. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Cosford Air Show 2025. So for the last time for the week, because we're going to go and get burgers and salmon. See you soon. Wish you well.
Red Arrow pilots
See ya.
actually on display.
Yeah, you know, as I said, in the commentary, the exchange experience and then you've got Andrew McHugh, who's, you know, he's off the A335B pilot, from the landing force. Exchange experience, they love the team, and they love being on the team. It's a little bit different
amazing, going from a Typhoon F-35 back to a Hawk T-Mark 1. It's a pilot's aeroplane, so they had to go back to basics. But yeah, they're loving life. I don't think they can quite believe how busy it is. But yeah, they're loving it.
Oh yeah! Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.